I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Super, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators please rise for the invocation given by Senator Bart Williams, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Briggs Hobson. Senator Williams.
Good morning. The prayer I'm about to read was written by the Reverend Nathan Phillips, senior pastor at the Eupora First United Methodist Church. Would you pray with me? Lord Almighty, we come to you this day remembering all glory is yours today as it was from the very beginning, and it will be yours forever. We remember that you have created each person here in your precious image, and for that we thank you. We seek you now for this day that lies ahead. We all come to this day with plans and agendas, but God, we know you also have a plan for each of us, our communities, towns, cities, and our state. And it is a good plan, a plan of peace and prosperity, a plan of hope and a future for every single individual you have entrusted under our leadership. So Lord, please guide us, your servants, in understanding one another and the needs of those in our state. Lead us in working together so that we might do your will and see your kingdom come right here among us in this chamber as it is in heaven. Guide us in your grace, fill us with your wisdom, lead us by your compassion. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Williams.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Now the reading of the Journal. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Sir, moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles, bills, and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Barrett and myself and the North Gallery, I would like to welcome our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Joe Moak, Jr. from Brookhaven, Mississippi, His 40 years in internal medicine. We appreciate him coming today and being our doctor of the day. He is also the father of our own Anna Moak. Make Dr. Moak feel welcome.
Yeah.
Also with Dr. Moak, we have a first-year medical student at William Carey, Cece Shu, and we'd like to make her feel welcome as well.
Welcome, Dr. Moak. It's good to see you. Good to have you with us today. We appreciate all your years of hard work for so many Mississippians in Brookhaven, Lincoln County, and surrounding area. Okay, introductions of other guests. Introductions of other guests. Seeing none, we'll move to the calendar. I'm sorry, Senator Moran, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction to guests.
Would you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honored today to have with me my son. Most of you have met him over the years, and he came up, took time off from work today to come up and be with us and watch how the legislative process works. He's a councilman in Diamond Head, so he's kind of familiar with it, but the Senate helped me make him feel welcome.
Yeah. Glad to have you. Thank you very much for coming today. And thank you for public service, like your dad. All right, let's move to the calendar. We'll start with Chairman Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1290, Attorney General allows salaries of assistants to exceed statutory limitation under certain circumstances.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of strike all and ask that I be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. This is a request from the Attorney General to allow some increases for her staff. This would include 2 deputy attorneys general and up to 9 special assistant attorneys general. The strike all includes language that would allow them to go to 20% above the pay of the Attorney General. She currently makes $108,960. This would allow those assistants to go and the 2 deputies to go up to a maximum salary of $130,752. It does require that they would get SPB or State Personnel Board approval based on prevailing wage in the relevant labor market. That's what this bill does. I'll be happy to yield to questions.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator.
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and for your transparency on this bill and for working with the committee, my understanding is that there is no additional funds in this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would have to come out of the existing funds or whatever is in the budget set for the Attorney General.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, let me repeat. The funds would come out of the appropriated amounts. There's no additional amount that we intend to appropriate specifically for these, if these raises are allowed. And I don't even know if they would be allowed because SBB would have to do it, but this was, are you able to hear me, Senator Wiggins?
I wasn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that it would have to be approved by SBB, and then it would have to come out of the existing budget. There's no plan right now to have an increase specifically for this.
Okay, and are there other state agencies where a deputy is making more than the head of the state agency?
It's my understanding the Insurance Commissioner's Office is the only one that has that at this point.
Seems to me like there would be a concern when your deputy makes makes more than you do as the head of the agency. Is there some concern in that?
I understand your point, yes.
And what is the stated reason from the Attorney General's office that this is required or needed?
I think it is primarily, I mean, I know one reason is that it's difficult to hire and retain the quality of attorneys that she needs to perform the services in the office. I would imagine that it probably at less than $108,000, it may be difficult to get somebody with, 10 or 15 years of experience in a particular field. I would imagine that she has some attorneys that handle specific items, and it may be difficult to get the attorneys that would do that.
Okay, and has it been stated where these, let me back up. So this is only to allow for 2, if I'm not mistaken, or is it unlimited?
2 deputies and 9, I believe it's 9, I'll make sure, but 9 assistant or special assistant attorneys general. I want to make sure I got that correct. It is 9, yes.
Okay, and I've expressed my concern with you about under our previous Attorney General, and let's just say the quality of representation for the taxpayers of Mississippi in the courtroom. I've expressed that with you, have I not?
You have, and other members have expressed their concerns about that and expressed their concerns about this measure.
That, and I think my specific concern and observations has been under our previous Attorney General that the quality of representation was not very good considering it was coming from the Attorney General's office, and that is the important area in terms of being on the ground versus in a central office somewhere. I've expressed that with you.
You have expressed that to me, yes.
Okay. So, as chairman, with this not being additional money, and you bringing this before us, you think that this is a fair bill to present to the body? Obviously, you've called it up, but that it would help the Attorney General's office?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your
Thank you,
help.
Mr. Wiggins.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, is any other state agency have done anything like this before?
Thank you, Senator Jordan. The insurance commissioner has requested this, and several years ago, we allowed for the insurance commission to pay, and I can't remember which employee or employees it was, but to pay in excess of the insurance commissioner's salary.
Is it that difficult to get?
And I just can't, my assistant just told me it's one deputy commissioner there at the insurance commissioner's office, and she makes about $10,000 more than the commissioner.
But why would we want to go beyond their budget to allow extra money? I thought everything that she needed would be within the budget.
Well, we're not going beyond the budget. Back to Senator Wiggins' question, there's no additional money in the budget for this. This would have to be borne by the Attorney General, and she would have to, first of all, make sure that she's got money available within her budget to pay these salaries, and second of all, would have to get SPB approval to do that.
But why, is it that difficult to get attorneys to work for the AG's office?
I don't know, Senator Jordan. It may be. I mean, they've expressed concern that maybe those that have expertise in certain areas are hard to find at the rate that we pay the attorneys here, and that seems logical to me based on what their market is.
Right. I don't know anything about lawyers and all of that, but I know in the past this is the first time I've seen anything like this to ask for something of this type from the AG's office, and I didn't think was that meant that hard, that difficult to hire attorneys. I thought there are a lot of attorneys here would be glad to work for the AG's office without this. I just don't understand why we have to give extra to that particular office.
Yeah, yes, right.
I know it's requested, but I just question the merits of it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's been requested, and I haven't gotten into the details of how difficult. I'm reporting what was told to me.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield for question,
I
Senator.
yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Chairman Hobson, I don't know if you've said this in your introduction, but is this one of the bills that one of the agencies is requesting a deficit appropriation?
The Attorney General's office has many deficit requests, but I think they're all related to judgments or payments to persons that were wrongfully incarcerated, attorney's fees, those kind of things. I don't think there's any deficit request outside of those matters, but I'll check with my budget analyst. No, I'm being told there are no other things other than the ones I mentioned.
So the before us will have to come from her existing budget, even though she has a deficit appropriation request that does not deal with salaries.
Right. The deficits are merely those things that I mentioned.
Okay.
This would, of course, effective July 1, so it would be next year's budget anyway, 2022 fiscal year budget.
Okay. And do we know, will this push the agency into a deficit situation for next year? Do we know that?
I will have no sympathy for the agency if they come request a deficit based on the monies that were rendered in advance and based on the salary projections they have. If they request a deficit from the Attorney General's office next year on this particular item, I can assure you it will fall on my deaf ears, and I'll say that to them very clearly, that this would not be, or any agency for that matter. I don't have much sympathy for an agency that knows their budget going in and has to base salaries. We allocate a certain amount for salaries. If they make that mistake, they're going to have to figure out a way to get out of that mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Senator Pope, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for
I yield.
questions? Please proceed, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may have said this, and I may be sawing sawdust, but I've got a question or two. In some discussions with the Attorney General, it was expressed to me that many times if we had an attorney on the staff that was very trained in certain areas, that would be a lot less expensive than having to contract with attorneys with those expertises. Would you agree with that statement, that many times it's more expensive for the state of Mississippi to hire contract attorneys than to just pay an additional salary?
Absolutely, and I have conveyed that message before and will continue to convey it, that we need to try to do everything we can to keep things in-house, so we're not paying outside folks when it can be taken care of by our own people.
Okay. And would you agree that actually we're not talking about a new salary? What we're actually talking about is an increase in salary, which is far less than we may expect.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pope.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion would be to adopt a strike all.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
Now I'll move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Bryan, Wiggins, Jordan. Anyone else? Jackson. Anyone else? Anyone else present? Anyone present? Turner Ford present. Anyone else? Simmons present. D. Simmons present. Butler present. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call with the exception noted, Mr. Clerk. We go to Finance. Senator Harkins. Chairman Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 3, House Bill 136, and have the title read.
136, number 2. Please read the title.
House Bill number 136, individual bond required for public officers and employees handling or having custody of public funds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Senator, you're recognized to explain your strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, this bill was requested by the Auditor's Office, and it is it's a request to make anybody who currently handles public funds be bonded. Most county, cities, and state agencies already have this in place, but obviously There are instances where district jobs that deal with state funds have access to them, and this bond would help to recover most of the money. That is, instances that we found where people have been embezzling funds, the bond would help to recover the funds. A couple of examples. I know you're aware of what happened at Coahoma Community College, where purchasing officer employees embezzled nearly $1 million using procurement cards to purchase gift cards and other items. They were not bonded. This obviously would not cover the entire amount that was out there, but it would. Most instances of embezzlement that the auditor's office finds are a lot lower and under that $25,000 threshold. Just earlier this week, OSA special agents arrested a director of a Mississippi Veterans Affairs Cemetery for embezzlement. It was he was issued a demand for nearly $30,000 for allegedly using a VA credit cards to purchase toys, luggage, and barbecue supplies. He was not bonded, so the taxpayers have really no protection. Under this bill, there would be a bond in place that they could recover those funds. Those funds would be deposited back into Mississippi Veterans Affairs accounts. So this bill basically fixes that issue and applies to people who will be handling money and is routine and material to their job responsibilities. I am going to offer I think the bill does not, but we're going to put a reverse repealer in there to make sure that we have language in there. I think the question was asked of me, do we have a ability to do a blanket bond? And that's the Office of State Auditor said that would be fine. It's not a problem with them to do that, to take that approach to where they can cover everyone. They have to list them. And so there's a few little things we still need to work out in conference to make sure the language is correct, but I think we hopefully have answered a lot of the questions that have been raised while this bill has made it through on the Senate side. So. My apologies, there is a reverse repealer already in the strike all. So this, we'll take it to conference where we can make sure we can clarify the blanket bond language, but if there are no other questions, I would move adoption of the strike all.
Senator, any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, senators move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions.
Senator Bryan would like to speak on the bill. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
It's my understanding that this bill was a proposal of the State Auditor's Office. The bill would require all manner of individuals to have an individual $25,000 personal bond. There's been no discussion of how much this would generate in terms of cost to the counties, because you have to go buy a bond for every individual person. It's not an efficient thing to do. Secondly, they're blanket bonds, which many counties have, and many of the individuals purported to be covered by this are already covered by blanket bonds. There's a question of how this interacts with the blanket bonds. It's a big mess. It's not understood. It's not well thought out, and it has all manner of implications that were not even thought of. But the state auditor had this idea, and lo and behold, it's got interested. And now the legislature's trying to clean this up to see if there's any way to make it workable. At least it's got a reverse repealer in it.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Harkins, do you have a response, or you want to make your motion?
I understand Senator Bryan's frustration, but we will work on it in conference to make sure we do address those issues. It's my understanding that most of them already have this in place on county and municipality level and for state agencies, but there are obviously some areas of our public funds that are being handled by people that are not covered, and I think that's the gist of what we're trying to make sure that, and a lot of times when these monies are embezzled, there's really not much they can do to get the money returned. So that's what the bill efforts, and we will continue to work to satisfy the senator and anyone else who has concerns about the bill. So my motion is we had final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Turner, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at the language in the bill, it says that the individual or the public officer, do I understand that that's the individual that shall give an individual bond?
Well, that's the part we got to add for the blanket bond. They can use a blanket bond if they want to, or they can do an individual bond, and that's why we got to take it to conference to clear that up.
And so is the intent going to be, going forward, that the bill would specifically authorize counties or municipalities to provide these bonds or the fees for them?
Yes, it's my understanding that most of them already have that in place. They're already required to have a bond if they handle public funds. My question, one of the examples I asked them was, what if you have a cashier on campus that's used at the bookstore? Are they going to be required to have a bond? He said, no, it's the public funds. Once that money is moved from the bookstore to the university's general fund, then those are the public funds that whoever handles those would have to have a bond. So it's not going to require, if you work on campus at a bookstore or a food station or some type of restaurant on campus, you wouldn't have to have a bond to be a cashier there. It's the funds, once they're deposited in the university's account, who handles those public funds, those people would have to have a bond. And if anything, it's going to require people to look at how they do their business. And if they have a bunch of people that are handling public funds, maybe they need to reorganize and to start determining who all has access to public funds. And that by itself may help to reduce the amount of fraud that may be going on across the state.
Because I guess I'm thinking more about in county or city offices, let's say, for instance, in the Chancellor Clerk's office, where there is, I would say, just a stream of cash coming through every day.
It's my understanding that they already have a bond, a blanket bond, and that's what we want to make sure that we give the opportunity for any entity to be able to do a blanket bond where it's just not an individual bond. If it makes more financial sense to do a blanket bond, they can get all their employees under it. We want to give them that flexibility. I don't want to hamstring them to only do it one way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Proceed, Senator.
Under Joint Rule 20, there is supposed to be a fiscal note, and there are questions being raised as to what the cost of this is. So I asked if this bill be set aside until we can get a fiscal note.
One moment, Senator. Can I have a copy of the bill?
She asked me for a fiscal note? Under the rule, that has to be voted on, and it does not stop for consideration of the bill. Hold on just a second.
Subaru.
Okay. First, Senator Blackman, we're going to recognize Senator Harkins to explain whether or not there's a necessity for a fiscal note under Rule 20 and on your rules, on my page 69 of the joint rules, Rule 20, that you have cited. So we'll recognize Senator Harkins first.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my opinion we don't need a fiscal note, or it's not possible to get a fiscal note because we don't know how many people are going to be under the proposition of having to get a bond. So there's no way to determine a fiscal note because you don't know how many people have access to public funds. So that's why, in my opinion, my motion, we don't need to have a fiscal note on the bill.
So in regards to Senator Blackwell, when the chairman states there is not a necessity for a fiscal note, then you are allowed to make a motion requiring one. So if you would look at 20 again, and we would rely on you to make that motion.
Repeat it. She didn't hear you. I
couldn't hear you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator. In that regard, once the chairman, under rule that you have cited, 20 of the joint rules, once the chairman has decided there is not a fiscal note, then any member of the Senate can then proceed to make a motion requesting a fiscal note be obtained. It is then decided by majority vote, and that's in Joint Rule 20 that you had cited previously. So Senator Harkins has indicated he does not believe there is a necessity for a fiscal note. Therefore, it would rely upon you to make a motion that one is required. And you are recognized to make that motion now if you so desire.
Okay, let me just read it first.
Yes, ma'am.
Any senator can request an individual.
While we're waiting, Senator Blackman, Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 1, House Bill 1290, on a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Will you read the title, Mr. Clerk?
House Bill number 1290, Attorney General allows salaries of assistants to exceed statutory limitation under certain circumstances.
To the chairman.
Okay, Mr. President, it says any member of either house may thereafter request a fiscal note be obtained. And so I don't have to be the one to do it. Anybody can do it.
Anyone
So,
can do it.
thank you.
That is correct, Senator. Or does anyone want to make such motion? Any senator want to make such motion? Seeing none, we're back on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I'll move passage we've adopted the strike all, haven't we? Okay. Move passage on the morning roll call. Final passage.
Senators move for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, Turner Ford, Norwood, Simmons, R. Jackson, Blackman, S. Simmons, Jordan, Barnett, Butler. Anyone else? Thomas. We got S. Simmons. Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Would you read the names of voting no, please, Mr. Clerk?
Voting no or nay, Thomas, Bryan, Turner, Ford, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Jackson of the 11th, Blackman, Jordan, Simmons of the 13th, Barnett, and Butler.
With the exceptions noted, the bill passes. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. We're back to number 3 on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 3, House Bill 512, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 512, ABC agents, inspectors revise certain provisions regarding powers of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that would remove the words in the section 1 that says that they do not have general police powers of the ABC agents. It's kind of hypocritical in the sense that basically the bill gives them the duties and the powers to be law enforcement police powers, and then in the very last sentence it says that they don't have it. So we're removing it. They still have, we give them the powers to arrest without warrant any person committing or attempting to commit a misdemeanor, felony, or a breach of the peace within the presence or view, and to pursue and so arrest any persons committing such offense to and at any place in the state where the person may go or be, and to aid and assist any law enforcement officer. So it's pretty much giving them the authority to have police powers. And then in the statute, it had language in there that doesn't. And they had a problem in court where they pulled over someone who was violating the law, underage, in possession, and the judge threw out the charge because it said that they did not have police powers, when in fact we are giving them police powers. So that's what the bill does. It just clears that up. And that's the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I'll move final passage on the morning roll call.
Question. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction of resolution out of order to public time, Mr. President.
Okay, as soon as we finish this bill, we'll go forward. Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Would you yield for questions, please?
Absolutely.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Harkins, we had a similar bill that came before the Senate.
Correct.
Early in the session, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That dealt with this.
Yeah, I think it died over in the House, and this is the House version we'll take up.
Okay, so our bill died in the House?
I believe so.
Okay. And as I remember, and as you also indicated in your presentation, this is a responding case where a justice court judge did in fact rule against the agency or the ABC agents regarding an arrest, correct?
That is my understanding, and it's not just one time, it's happened multiple times.
Okay, okay. And the statute is clear by giving the agents in the agency police powers. However, the measure before us is just responding to, I guess, a few justice court judges' rulings that happen a few times in the state.
Yes, I mean, if we're giving the ABC agents police powers, they need to be able to execute police powers that they've been given. The statute, which did not realize, said this at the end of it, said they do not have police powers. So it's kind of, what are you trying to do? You're trying to say you have the authority to go out and be a officer of the law, but yet we're removing the authority you have to be an officer of the law. So it's just clearing that up, and hopefully it'll remove any of the problems they have in the future when they arrest people who are violating the law.
Okay. And are we expanding their powers? Like, will they be able?
There's no
agents-
language in here that expands
Expand
any
that
power.
So their duties and responsibilities or their powers statutorily as agents, there's nothing that we are doing that would allow them to start investigating house burglaries or investigating armed robberies or
Whatever they had before this is the same they have now. All this does is remove the word, the phrase of removing police powers from them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Any other? Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this question just occurred to me. Are these officers trained as other law enforcement officers are typically trained?
Yes, ma'am.
So and I have no idea, I'm just asking, is the distinction that these officers now will be able to see a crime in progress and make an arrest, whereas they could not do that before? What is the distinction that's being drawn
I
here?
think it was in the when they're carrying out their duties, they had problems where they made arrests for violations of laws ABC laws, and a judge threw out the charge because of the statute. The attorney for the person who was arrested brought that statute up and showed them where they didn't have the ability to do what they did to arrest them, pull them over, because they don't have police powers. And so it's just clearing up the statute to remove the ambiguity that we're giving them the authority to be police officers and officers of the law, and then removing it in the last sentence. So they are trained law enforcement officers. They do not have any more powers today that they didn't have yesterday. It just clears up that one little confusing line that's in the statute.
So with the language that's in the statute, can they only make arrests as it relates to alcoholic beverage control?
It's whatever they currently have the authority to do. I don't know if there's it speaks to any changes in what their authority was before. I mean, they can assist any officer for anything. So if somebody calls and there's a manhunt and there are officers there, they can go help them if that's what's been requested of them. They have the authority to do that now.
What about acting independently of another officer?
I mean, if that's what the statute currently has them doing, then they would be able to do that. We've given them the authority to be police officers to arrest without warrant any person committing or attempting to commit a misdemeanor, felony, or breach of the peace within his presence or view. So that's currently what's in statute. And all we're saying is we give them that authority. We're trying not to hamper them by having language in there that circumvents the intent of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator, move for final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish recorders voting no. Simmons, D. Norwood. Anyone else? Anyone else? Just those two. Any present? No presents. The bill passed by use of morning roll call with two exceptions. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 425, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 425, ad valorem tax, to revise certain provisions regarding when an application for change of property assessment may be made.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Strike all, I believe, Senator. Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 425 was brought to us from the House with the intent of giving property owners a codifying their ability to go to the county tax assessor and notify them of damage to their property that was severe, that makes the property unusable, or the improvements on the property unusable, tornadoes, burns, any number of different things that would cause a building on a property to be unusable, for the purpose of reducing their property taxes by that assessed value. The language of the House gave them 18 months following that date, and only in recourse after the tax assessors had time to do that on their own. The tax assessors had some issues with it being an 18-month period, because they said that could end up going over 3 fiscal years, which then they would have to go back and refund those property taxes over that period of time. And so in a committee, we amended it to be 6 months from the date that the assessor would have put out the new assessment. I think that's in July. But we'd like to do some more work on that. So I have an amendment at the proper time to put a reverse repealer in and continue working on that, see if we can find some language that fulfills the intent of the bill for the taxpayer, but also meets what the tax assessors would feel like is a fair time to do the assessment of the property. And that's an explanation of the strike all. I'd like to add the amendment if there's no questions.
Questions on the strike all? Okay, let's address the amendment. Is it on the screen?
All right.
It's on the screen, Senator. We're ready.
Yep, it's just a reverse repealer. If there's no questions, I move that we adopt the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Who's adoption of the strike all? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now on the bill, Senator.
Move final passage using the morning roll call.
Final passage has been requested by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 5 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 6, House Bill 945, and have the
Number 5 retains its place on the calendar. Number 6, Mr. Clerk, please title.
House Bill number 945, light wine, beer, and light spirit product, revised number of qualified electors required to petition for election to prohibit or authorize.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Filligan to explain the bill.
Senator, you're recognized. Senator Filligan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 945 deals with the issue of if you're going to you're in a dry county, you're a town, and you want to vote to have light wine, beer, or light spirit products. Right now, the law says you have to have 20% of the electors in that town to sign a petition. Now, if you're doing the other type of regular wine or other alcohol, the heavier type of alcohol, it is 20% or 1,500, whichever is lesser. So what the House bill seeks to do is to line up the two so that it would both be the 20% or 1,500, whichever number is lesser. Because otherwise, the way it is right now, it's actually in many cases easier to vote in the harder wine and liquors than it is to vote in the beer and light wine. Because in some instances, 20% is much greater than 1,500. So that's what this bill seeks to do. It only addresses adding the second piece of that, which is 20%, which is already the law, or 1,500, whichever is lesser. That's what this bill does. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
We yield for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed.
Senator Fiddlegame, in plain alcohol terms, does this reduce or does it increase the numbers that's required to make it legal?
It depends on the size of the town, obviously. In some cases, it would make no change, but in some cases, it would reduce. So if it's currently 20%, which is what it is for light wine and beer, 20% of the electors in the town, then what this language adds is the second part of the phrase, or 1,500, whichever is less. So in some cases, it would be a lesser number. In some cases, it wouldn't really change it. Just depends on the size of the town you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Gaines.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I would move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption based on the morning roll call. Thank you. Anyone object to the procedure? Which should be, of course, voting no. Norwood, no. Hill, no. Tate, no. Parker, no. Branning, no. Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Sparks, no. Anyone else? Please read the no votes, Mr. Clerk. Simmons, did you want to pair? I'm sorry, Senator, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a pair. I vote aye. If Senator Frazier was here, he'll vote no.
Okay, pair. Frazier, no. Simmons, aye. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you read the no votes, please?
Voting no or nay, Norwood, Hill, Tate, Parker, Sparks, Chisholm, and Branning. Pair, Simmons, aye. Frazier, no.
Thank you. Bill passes, with the exceptions noted. Senator Norwood, I believe you had an introduction that we were going to get to at some point here. Thank you, Senator Norwood. Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
A resolution commending and congratulating Lanier High School Bulldogs boys basketball team and Coach Lawrence Clark for winning the Mississippi High School Activities Association 2021 Boys 4A State Championship.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 997, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 997, alcoholic beverages, remove DOR from being wholesale distributor, authorize issuance of wholesalers permits.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the House version of our bill on ABC that we had a study committee over the summer. We basically took a strike all and put the Senate language in there that just takes it to conference to where we can continue to work with Department of Revenue and our friends in the House to come up with some kind of plan. I still am planning on having a kind of a hearing to let you know at what the Senate position is on how we're going to proceed over conference weekend with the bill, so it won't be a surprise to people because this is something we worked on over the short break that we had after the session last year. So all the strike all does is put the Senate language in there and takes it to conference. That's an explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator move to adoption of strike all. In favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No further questions. I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senators requested passage use of morning roll call. Senator Jackson, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
No comment.
Okay, use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Senator Jackson. Present. Senator Jackson, present. Senator Chisholm, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Passed by use of the morning roll call. 2 exceptions, Mr. Clerk. Number 8, Senator, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to House Bill 1091 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1091, light wine, light spirit product, and beer, authorize microbreweries and revise various sections of law.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a compromise bill between the Mississippi Beer Distributors, Mississippi Craft Breweries, and brew pubs to come to an agreement on how to deal with the effects of the current pandemic. Both groups kind of got together, and this is the compromise language. What this bill does is it creates a new beer manufacturing category of microbrewery, which can produce up to 3,000 barrels annually, 31 gallons per barrel. A microbrewery can sell 80% of its production through their tap room. We passed a law to allow tap rooms or areas where people can come and sample the product. 20% is allowed to be sold to beer distributors to sell at other retailers. So it's kind of a operation to allow them to get into the market and sell it outside of the area that they're, if they're brewing it on the coast and they want to sell it in retail stores up, central Mississippi, North Mississippi, throughout the state, this will allow them to do so. It changes what a small craft brewery can sell through their tap room. Currently, it's at 10% of production. It increases that to 25% of production. They still have the annual cap of 60,000 barrels annually. And nobody is producing, I don't think, anywhere close to that number right now, so that number is fine. It increases the total amount of beer sold to a customer per day from 4.5 gallons to 5.2 gallons. That allows to sell in a 1/6 keg if they choose to do so. Both microbreweries and small craft breweries can qualify for retail beer permits to sell other beer products in their tap room. And both microbreweries and small craft breweries can qualify for on-premises retail liquor license to sell liquor and wine by the drink. This also creates a subsection under light spirit products for new light spirit products that are over 4% alcohol by weight but do not exceed 6.5% alcohol by weight. These new LSP beverages cannot exceed a 500 milliliter container or a 16.9 ounce container, which translates from 500 milliliters to 16.9 ounces. That 6.5 alcohol by weight, to give you comparison, beer right now can have a maximum of 8% alcohol by weight, and light wine has a 5% by weight, to give you an idea of what that means. That is an explanation of the strike all. It also has a reverse repealer. There's a few with ABC on enforcement that we need to clear up, so that's why it's got a reverse repealer to take it to conference to continue to allow them to work those few kinks out. That is the explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing no questions, Senator's made a motion to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
No further questions. I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator's moved for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no. No. Norwood. Tate. Parker. Branning. Chisholm. Sampson Jackson. Present. Jackson Sampson present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call with the exception. Senator Simmons.
I'd like to announce a pair, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I vote aye. Senator Frazier, no.
Pair, Simmons and Frazier. Anyone else? Bill passes. Back to you, Senator, on number 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 9, House Bill 1197, and have the title read.
Clerk, please bring the title.
House Bill number 1197, dual phase design bill, method of construction contracting, revise certain provisions of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You recognize to explain the strike all, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill revising the dual phase design build method of construction. It was requested by the community colleges and proposed changes were suggested by DFA. Recent experiences have determined that the two-phase, dual-phase requirement in current law is not optimal from a cost-saving standpoint, and DFA has acknowledged the situation and has suggested some of these changes that are found in the bill. The design build method allows to deliver a construction project with a maximum price, which is more, they can plan better from the perspective of the community colleges when they do these projects. In current law, the process involves two-phase procedure, awarding a contract resulting in some duplicative costs. Under the proposed changes, design build projects, like I said, will be a fixed firm price or a guaranteed maximum price. This legislation will create some efficiencies and save some money by allowing them to use this method. and it's for residential buildings, residential mixed-use developments, parking garages, and other prescriptive-type facilities. And DFA does support the legislation. That is an explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, or the strike all, if there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Questions? Seeing no questions, we made a motion to adopt strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, to the bill.
If there are no further questions, I move adoption of the bill, or final passage on the morning roll call.
Senators move for final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of the morning roll call. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 10 through 15 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
10 through 15 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby on rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 16, House Bill number 1062, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1062, daylight saving time, observed year-round if federal law is amended to allow it.
Make your usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes a
President.
usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is pretty much the self-explanatory in the title itself. It's dealing with daylight savings time. It says observe the 1 year if the federal law is amended to allow it. In other words, we do the same as the surrounding states. And to let you know that our senator, one of our own, Cindy Hyde-Smith, dropped this bill yesterday, or introduced it yesterday in Washington. So we've already passed a bill that was under Blackwell's resolution. This is a bill. If there are no questions, I ask for use of morning roll call. Final passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded voting no? No. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. You recognize, Senator.
Oh, it passed? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 17, House Bill 1323. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1323, open meeting, authorize executive session for discussion of plans to combat human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation of children.
Make your usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the
President.
usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is amending the existing open meetings law. As you can see, it authorized an executive session for a discussion of plans to combat human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation of children. So it pretty much explains what it does. And of course, that's not just for the legislature. I mean, that's for all public entities or bodies, or any public meeting to go into executive session. If no questions, ask for use of morning roll call. Final passage.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one question from
Yes, sir.
human trafficking. You had reference to explaining that where human trafficking would be.
Well,
Yeah.
such as prostitution or what?
I can't hardly hear you.
Prostitution or any other type of human trafficking. All this bill does is allow the body to go into executive session to discuss it. And Senator, the reason for that is real simple. I mean, a lot of times, press or other people need to hear what, say, as an example, Board of Aldermen or
Yes. Okay.
whatever's talking about. So this just adds them to the list that they can go into executive session if they would like to.
Okay, that's what you mean by human trafficking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, sir, thank you. I think we have an amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized for amendment. It's on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Anytime there's a bill that deals with the open meetings law or the public records law, I think it deserves some scrutiny. Looked at the lines 99 through 101, was concerned that was pretty broad. Walked over to the Speaker's office, it's his bill, he's the author of the bill, and met with the Speaker and his staff, and we came up with an amendment that we both support. That amendment is before you now, and essentially the difference between the bill that is proposed and the amendment is that the bill would allow strategy sessions to discuss a topic to be exempt from the open meetings law, and the amendment narrows that exemption to anything that is investigative or specific, whereby a victim could be identified, or any locations, or anything that deals with investigative procedures. Obviously, those things should be exempt. So we worked with the Speaker and his office on this amendment to narrow the scope of the exemption. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I move adoption of the amendment. There are no questions. Move adoption, Mr. President.
Any questions? Seeing none. Senator Kirby, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator, I have absolutely no problem with that amendment. My understanding is it's already been pre-approved by the House and the author of the bill. I ask for you that you vote for the amendment.
All in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator, as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Senator's request to use the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passed by use of morning roll call. You recognize Senator number 18, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 18, House Bill 1326, and ask the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1326, compact for a balanced budget, revise delegate membership, and extend sunset provision.
Make your usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill basically is like a repealer. Actually, Senator Fillingane had this same bill a few years ago, and it has sunset clause, and so we're bringing it back up again. This bill is, I think it's a good bill. It's dealing with the Constitution, Article 5, that allows that if, as you know, if 38 states already in the Constitution were to go before Congress in a compact, that they can actually ask Congress to ratify their request on their budget. Currently, there's 24 states in this compact. We were the third state to actually join it. This is not the Convention of States. It has nothing to do with the Convention of States. And so I think it'll be several years before we get another state. I understand the only other state that's even interested in it is Arizona at this time. And it takes, like I say, it takes 34 to even have a meeting or a compact, and then it takes 38 states to ratify. So maybe not in our lifetime, but who knows? Anyway, it's dealing with the national debt, and the national debt has to increase at least 105% for that year, which I can't imagine that happening, Lord help us. I don't think that'll ever happen either, because I think, first off, the president, I think at 92 or 98% or something of the budget has the right to step in and change things at that point. But anyway, the bill, the only change in the bill is two things. It's a 10-year instead of a 5-year, I said, and so we won't have to look at it again for a few years. And the second thing is the governor appointed one delegate, and this bill changes it so 3 delegates, and those 3 delegates are the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker. If there are no questions, I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, the use of morning, I'm sorry. Senator McMahon, recognized for what purpose?
Yes, I have a question.
Senator, would you yield for a question?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Kirby, this is I guess it's somewhat of a philosophical question, but
in a balanced budget, if we pass this, what if the nation was to go to war and we needed to run a deficit to
War is not
execute war?
Yeah, the bill excludes that, and I can't imagine any one delegate even voting for us to limit our budget in case of war. Also limited, not included, would be Social Security also. I figured somebody might want to ask that, so that would not be included. So that would not affect this at all.
Thank you.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yield, Senator.
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Kirby, if this law would become, if this legislation passed and they get the number of states that's required to impact the federal law, what do you think would be the impact on Mississippi in that we are the third state that, we're in line as the third state that received most federal dollars. What do you think would be the impact on Mississippi?
Well, first off, thank you for asking that. First off, anything that is done by the compact also has to be approved by the majority of the legislators in the House and the Senate, and as well as I think 3/5 of Congress. So I don't think, Senator, that would be a problem.
Now, when you say the House and Senate, you're talking about U.S.?
I'm talking about our House and Senate, and then it would have to be approved after that by our Attorney General, who would actually do any negotiations for us at that point.
So, I guess, are we going to use today as an indication as to how we would vote if that would happen? Because if we pass that, obviously,
yeah.
If we pass this legislation, obviously this is what we want.
Well, I think more than anything, Senator, what we're doing is just sending a message to Congress that we would like to have a balanced budget, but we definitely don't want you going above 105% of what you did last year.
Okay, now, what would be the impact of, what do you think would be the impact, just say with this virus that we have that's going on now, the impact that it's having on our nation and specifically the impact it's having on our state?
Well, matter of fact, with all the money that they've given out this year, they're nowhere near 105% of how many trillions of dollars.
I don't say again now.
We're nowhere even close to 105%, even after the CARES Act and COVID money given out. So I can't imagine this with the trillions of dollars that the federal government spends each year. I can't imagine us being above 105%. This is if they went absolutely crazy, I think.
I understand that, but I'm just saying we can't forecast what may happen. So I'm saying there could be multiple crises going on at the same time that could drive us where we would be over and not able to balance the budget.
Right, but I can't imagine our governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker agreeing to anything that wouldn't help Mississippi as far as the vote. Or in any state, I can't imagine them doing that.
Well, I guess in that case, then do you feel that this legislation that we're about to vote on is necessary then?
We're about to vote on what? I'm sorry.
This piece of legislation that we're about to vote on, do you feel it is necessary for us to vote to take up this?
That's 105% of their current budget. That's correct. So, in other words, after all the increases that they've had in their budget this year, next year they'd have to go before, if we could even get, which we can't do anything because we've got 24 states, you got to have 34 to even have a compact and 38 to ratify that compact. So I can't see anything happening in our lifetime, to be honest with you. But
I pray that it doesn't. I pray that it doesn't. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, do you think it's really necessary? What if we have a major war? We never know. what would happen
Well,
then? Do you
yeah.
think this piece of legislation
That was,
is,
that was the same question that Senator McMahon asked, and war is not included in that, nor would your
I
other.
can't, some reason I'm not hearing you too well.
I'm sorry, war would be excluded.
Oh, does the bill say that? I haven't read it.
Yeah, I was told that it did. I'll have to look it up, but yes.
Are you sure that it does?
It is, because separate in the United States Constitution, where the president can declare war, and the budget is not dealing with this compact.
So we get more than $20 billion from the federal government for Mississippi or more, don't we?
Yes, sir, and that won't change. That won't change. The only thing that would change, like I say, is if, I think this is just more of a message, Senator, to tell them to try.
But my point is it necessary at this point?
Whether or not it's necessary, I don't know. The House passed the bill. We took up their bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, we passed the bill a few years ago ourselves. So.
Other questions? Other questions? Senator Bryan, you're recognized for what purpose?
The question.
Will you yield for questions, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
I observe that the existing provision says, as I read it, the compact will be dissolved within 7 years after the first state adopted a resolution establishing the compact. The proposal that's before us changes that date to 2031.
Yes.
Do you know what date it is that started the existing 7-year clock running?
No. I mean, do I know the exact date? 7 years from now? No, I have no idea.
So, under existing law, there's a date at which this compact, on its own terms, will dissolve.
It will be, that's true.
But we don't know what that date, but we don't know what that date is.
I would assume for us it'd be the date of passage.
Well, I don't think so. As I read it, it says if the amendment, if we don't have the amendment or whatever it is, does not occur within 7 years after the first state passes legislation enacting, adopting, and agreeing to be bound by this compact. So some state somewhere was the first state to pass this thing, and by the existing provision, that started the clock running.
Yes.
And I see here, just looking in the code, that this is in the laws of 2015. So I'm guessing that we passed this thing in 2015. And so this 7-year clock is about to run out. I was just wondering where this thing stands with all the other states, and is it about to expire on its own terms? And do 30-some-odd states have to go change this date? And how does all that work?
Well, how it works, Senator, there's only one other state, I understand, that's considering it even at this point, and that's Arizona. And so according to you and what you read there, after 7 years, and if we did it 5 years ago and we were the third state, I'd say we're about out of time.
Well, it would be well to know, I think, if that 7-year clock is about to run out.
I thought I had something telling that, Senator. Let's see. Well, I don't have that information with me. So, well, it obviously couldn't be more than 2 more years. How about that? Two to three. I don't see anything. I was told that, Senator, but I can't remember, honestly. Where'd you go? All right. Use the morning roll call, final passage, Mr. President.
I have one other question, Senator. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
I yield.
Just a few questions to clear up the record. I was listening to the debate downstairs, and I heard a question regarding the possibility of war and what would occur to the budgets if that occurred.
Yes.
And I just want to be clear, and I think you agree with this, that in the past where balanced budget amendments have been offered, there were provisions in those amendments that would have taken care of that concern.
That's right.
And so the idea of war taking place, that would not be an issue here at all, would it?
That's correct.
Okay. Secondly, just to get to the heart of the matter of why this is so important, are you aware that last year our spending just on interest to cover the national debt was greater than our spending on military expenditures? Did you know that?
I'm not aware of the amount, no, sir.
And in just a few years, just the interest on our national debt could very well grow beyond Medicaid, Medicare, and the military combined. Did you know that?
Did not.
As that debt grows, and it is growing, it has a way of stifling overall economic growth, doesn't it?
Okay.
When that occurs, governments have less money to operate, correct?
Correct.
And so the debt continues at an unsustainable rate until there's nothing else that can be done to save the dollar.
Okay.
So one of the reasons so many people are so concerned about the debt is because if we don't do something about the debt, it could very well collapse our entire economy, could it not?
Yes. What's your question? Oh, that is the question.
That's it. It would. And that's why you believe this is an important bill. It's a way of perhaps sending a strong signal that fiscal responsibility is needed in this country at this time.
If needed, like I say, I don't know that we'll even have the states to have this, but Mississippi wants to be a part of it if we can.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion. Ready for the motion, Senator.
No.
Ready for your motion, Senator. Use of the morning roll call. Senator has requested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? We should record as voting no. Blunt, Bryan, Butler, Norwood, Simmons D, Thomas, Jackson. We got you, Senator Norwood. Barnett, Simmons S, Sampson, Jordan, Blackman, Witherspoon. I'm sorry, Turner Ford. I got Simmons D. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, will you read the names, Mr. Clerk?
Voting no or nay. Blunt, Bryan, Butler, Norwood, Simmons of the 12, Thomas, Jackson of the 11, Barnett, Simmons of the 13, Jackson, Jordan, Blackman, Witherspoon, and Turner Ford, and Jackson of the 32nd.
Thank you. The exception is noted, the bill passes. Local and private, Senator McMahon? Yes, numbers, I'm sorry. Senator Hobson, you're recognized for what purpose?
As to the vote.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to announce pair. If Senator Frazier were here, he would vote no. I vote aye on the last measure.
Pair Hobson and Frazier. Frazier, no. Thank you, Senator. Numbers 19 through 27 retain their place on the calendar. We go to motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Seeing none, they retain their place on the calendar through item 57. Well, I'm sorry, Senator Pope?
I'd like to consider item number 43 on the motion to consider calendar.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 312, Central Market Central Market Board, abolish and transfer functions of to the Mississippi Department of Agriculture and Commerce.
Mr. President, I move we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion been made, table motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion is tabled. Proceeding further, 44 through 57. Anyone retains their place on the calendar. Now for concurrence or non-concurrence, we're on 58. Concurrence or non-concurrence? Seeing none through 69. Concurrence or non-concurrence? 70. Chairman Hill. Pass? Chairman Hill, pass. Senator Blackman, you're recognized. Senator Blackman, oh, I'm sorry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till 1:30 today.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess till 1:30.
I don't think we got balls enough to do it.
Hey, David.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
Thank you. I anticipate this will be approximately 15 minutes. Motion made, subject to call of the chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Call the Senate to order. Senator Parks. One moment, let me get straight. Okay, Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk, looking at 72.
Mr. President, I ask that we skip 72, 73, 74, let them retain their place on the calendar. Go to 75, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 330, uninsured motorist coverage law revised to prohibit insurance policies from paying certain losses if another insurance policy must pay for such.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that has been asked for by the supervisors in Mississippi. It seems that the way the law reads now, if you're an employee of the county and let's say you're injured in an auto accident, you can claim now under workman's comp and get fully compensated and then come back and also claim on the uninsured motorist of the county. And so you actually double dip and you get paid twice. And so this bill requires that you will only be able to claim on one policy. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Thank you, Senator. Question. Senator McCon, you're recognized for what purpose?
An amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
That's right. It would be the proper time, Senator McCon. One moment, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, it's up. Senator McCon, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this amendment that's on the screen here is just asking to put a reverse repeater in this. There's some concerns about getting the language just like it needs to be. I don't really have any opposition to this. Mr. Chairman knows this. But we want to be sure that when the final bill comes out, especially the compensation, and as to whether the compensation and the made whole rule that's been established through precedent, which one is going to be consistent at the end of the day. So I would ask that we put this reverse repeater in there just so we can continue to get this language correct. And that would be my motion to adopt the amendment.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I don't strenuously oppose.
It doesn't strenuously oppose, as opposed to strenuously oppose. All right, so we have a motion by the senator to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That's close. Let's go back. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Use the morning roll call, final passage.
Use the morning roll call for final passage. There's been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No on the bill.
Simmons.
Simmons, no. Anyone else?
Suber.
Suber, no. Anyone else? Those two exceptions, anyone present? No presence. With those two exceptions, the bill passes. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to item 76, ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read title.
House Bill number 974 DPS revised law regarding.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
like the body to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. To begin with, if you would, this morning on your desk, you had a letter from Commissioner Tyndall explaining basically the process he has gone through and his team has gone through to ensure that we have a good bill. He has contacted most of the affected associations and groups. From your letter, you can see who those were. It's everybody from the Medical Examiner Association to the Sheriff's Association, Police Chiefs Association. I think a lot of work has gone into this bill. And so if you would, if you haven't read your letter, if you would look at it quickly, and that's going to be a slow quickly, I'll go through the bill and tell you exactly what it does. In Section 1, it does three things. First, it codifies the MBI and Capitol Police as divisions of DPS. Second, it requires the Commissioner of Public Safety to have a certain educational benchmark. Lastly, it codifies the language found in former Governor Barber's executive order creating the Mississippi Office of Homeland Security, and it mirrors current law set out in 7/1/19. Section 2 is a tactical amendment transferring the Capitol Police Enforcement Division from DFA to DPS. And I will remind you that that has been an agreement between DFA and DPS. Everyone seems to be happy with that move. Section 3 allows the Commissioner of Public Safety to administer oaths of office to DPS law enforcement officers. Section 4 classifies the acting Commissioner of DPS, the Director of MBN, and the Office of Homeland Security as law enforcement officers and allows previously sworn law enforcement officers to serve in that capacity while employed at DPS. Section 5, it does three things. It clarifies that MBI can issue contract agent credentials with sworn officers in state agencies just as it currently does with local law enforcement. It also allows a commissioner to approve the form of those contracts. Lastly, it designates MBI as the lead investigatory agency on officer-involved shootings unless there is conflict or some other exceptional circumstance. If there is, the district attorney of that district can assign the investigation to another agency. Section 6 clarifies that MBN can issue contract agent credentials with sworn officers in state agencies, just like we talked about in Section 5. Section 7 simplifies the process by which the crime lab can purchase the specialized equipment and computer needs that they use to process, by which they retain contract pathologists to assist with autopsies or to autopsies. Section 8 provides amends the language clarifying that a county medical examiner investigator is a coroner or deputy coroner. The Coroners Association requested this amendment. It's also official creates the position of a medical examiner investigator that will work with the state medical examiner to assist with certifying deaths and affecting public interest. Section 9 removes the requirement that in order to appoint or terminate the chief state medical examiner, the commissioner used to have the consent of the dean of the Ole Miss Law School and the dean of the Ole Miss Medical School and the state health officer. As amended, the commissioner would be required to consult with them before taking any action. Section 10 amends the requirement that the deputy pathologist and contract pathologist be board certified in forensic pathology to anatomic pathology. This will broaden the search capabilities for those positions and was requested by the Mississippi Board of Pathology. This section also states that medical examiner investigators can assist with the performance of autopsies while under the supervision of the medical examiner. Section 11 removes the repealer for 416575, which set forth fees that could be charged by the ME to the different local communities. Section 12 amends the requirement for forensic pathologists to anatomic pathologists, as discussed earlier in Section 10. Section 13 amends the requirement for cadets at the trooper school to be 21 instead of 23. Section 14 allows for a shortened trooper school for sworn law enforcement officers with at least 2 years of experience. Section 15 and 19 through 19 may have been the most difficult, but we got over that. It has to do with the drone law. This will restrict the flying of drones over correctional facilities for the purpose of delivering contraband. Violation of this section would be a felony. It also restricts the flying of drones for the purpose of surveillance or recording of critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure is defined starting in line 1071 and is very limited. The violation of this provision would be a misdemeanor. As I said, all parties that seem to have an interest in drones, the public utilities, the military, Mississippi State University, all have apparently gotten on board with the changes here. Section 20 through 24 will clean up language related to transfer of the Capitol Police from DFA to DPS. And Section 25 makes these amendments effective July 1st, 2020. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call to be said, but I believe we have an amendment also.
Senator Jackson. Pass. Senator Sparks. What purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Section 2, beginning on line 255, talks about the exclusive jurisdiction of the MBI to investigate all officer-involved shootings occurring in the state. And the Mississippi Attorney General shall have authority to prosecute all incidents. Is that all new law? What was the prior?
The only change in this is that MBI will be the lead investigator, except the district attorney of the local district can ask for another agency to handle it if there's extenuating circumstances.
So if there was
So nothing else really changed.
Okay, so if there's a shooting, officer involved, normally MBI gets called anyway, is kind of common practice. I think from my experience has been MBI has been the investigatory body, but this gives them exclusive jurisdiction. And I just couldn't find the part about the district attorney. Where is that in the bill?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
The part about the district attorney, tell me that again.
Okay. Line 365 of the bill. In fact, the whole, starting line 360, that's the part that has to do with him being the lead agency and what happens if the district attorney wants to make it different.
Okay, so the local jurisdiction, the district attorney does have some authority as it relates to the prosecution of the case.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, any other questions? No other questions. We have an amendment to the bill. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
You have the amendment?
One moment, please. The amendment's up. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a friendly amendment. I've discussed this with Chairman Polk, and I believe he's okay with the amendment. It's an amendment requested by the Mississippi Troopers Association. Commissioner Tyndall has called me about this as well, and he does not oppose it. And so, as we were just talking about, MBI would investigate cases of officer-involved shootings. However, if a trooper is involved, we don't want MBI investigating their own. So this is going to alleviate any conflict of interest which may arise. So MBI is not investigating their own. So this would take it out. It would create an appearance of impartiality. So there's no one can question whether or not the investigation is skeptical by some folks. So with that, I'll yield for any questions. If there are none, I'll move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, if this amendment passes, who would have the prosecutorial authority over the case?
The DA will still have the prosecutorial authority. The Attorney General will appoint some agency because troopers are a state agency. We want to make sure we keep it on the same level. So the DA will still prosecute the case, as far as I understand. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for a vote on the amendment. We're ready for your motion, Senator. We got to adopt the amendment, Senator Barr.
speak on it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Senator Polk, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I think this is a good amendment. I think it makes the bill stronger. So I ask you to vote for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Motion is made. Senator Barr, you want to make your motion, please?
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
Mr. President, no questions. I'd like to adopt the committee sub as amended.
Motion made to adopt the strike all, I believe, right, Senator? We're on the strike all?
amended.
As Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question, Mr. Chairman, is the same question that I just asked Senator DeBar. I think it's proposed in the strike all that the DA would have the authority to prosecute with those officer-involved shootings if it's a sheriff or police officer.
That is correct.
And how would it get to how would the Attorney General become involved in the case, if at all?
I believe the amendment we just passed, and we can ask Senator DeBar, a state officer involved would be the Attorney General.
But my concern would be on the officers on the local level. How would the Attorney General become involved, if at all? Because I think the amendment only addressed trooper-involved shootings and the Attorney General appointing another investigative agency.
Okay.
So was my question clear, or was I speaking too much?
Okay. I would think we'd go to line 360 again. And
360?
And the DA can ask for a different investigator, but it doesn't show any reason to take the actual prosecution away from the DA.
And do you think that there's a concern that the DA is working with these officers on a rather consistent basis, which could pose some sort of bias?
Let me ask you this. If the DA, I think under the current situation, this current law, we did not change that.
With officer-involved shootings, because I thought I saw some language when the bill was presented in committee. Section 6 was deleted, and I believe that section would have allowed the case to get to the AG's office.
That is correct. We moved that from the bill.
So with the removal of that language from the bill, are you saying that we're now under existing law?
That's correct.
And I think that takes me back to my question. Isn't there the potential for the DA who is going through these circuits in these counties on a periodic basis, isn't there the potential for the DA to have some sort of bias that would be in favor of the officer?
I'm not being flippant, Senator, but there's things like that can happen, yes. You hope they don't.
Do you know why that language was removed that would allow the AG to be a part of the case?
I think a lot of the DAs were unhappy with that part of it, but I would be guessing at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Barr, fine, pass. Okay, we're now on the strike all committee sub. Ready for your motion again. I'm sorry, Senator.
Move for passage of the strike all as amended.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
Mr. President, use the morning roll call, final passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested by the Senator. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish recorded as voting no? Turner Ford, Norwood, Simmons, D, Jordan, Witherspoon. Anyone else? Blackman. Anyone else? Butler. Barnett. Thomas. Jackson. Anyone else? Please read the names, Mr. Clerk.
Voting no or nay. Simmons of the 12, Turner Ford, Norwood, Jordan, Witherspoon, Jackson of the 11, Thomas, Barnett, Butler, and Blackman.
With the exceptions noted, the bill passes. We're on to Senator Michelle. Pass. Senator Michelle passes. Chairman Kaufman. Pass. Chairman Barnett. Chairman Barnett, you're recognized. Item number 79.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 79, House Bill 525 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Read the title, Mr. Clerk, please.
House Bill number 525, Corrections Omnibus Bill, enact.
Makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we adopt the strike.
Motion to adopt the strike all. You're welcome. You're welcome to explain the strike all, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we did in this particular bill is we took the Senate bill language of 2795 and put it into this House bill 525, and we want to send it on to the House so that we can go to conference on this. This is one that we've already voted unanimously in this body once, and just asking that we can do the same thing here to keep this bill going and go to conference and bring back what I've promised you all along was a good piece of criminal justice reform. So that's the explanation of the bill. And I'm open to any questions, Mr. President.
Any questions? Questions? Senator Simmons.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator? Senator Barnett?
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Barnett, for yielding. Just like I asked when the Senate version was before us, I asked the same question. Will you continue to work with all the parties on trying to come up with a real good product regarding, that'll be impactful regarding parole for the state of Mississippi?
I have given y'all my word on that before, and I'll continue to do that, Senator. Yes, sir.
Thank you for yielding, son. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions?
If there's no other questions, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the strike.
Senators move to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and then we go to the bill itself, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the If we're on final passage.
Yeah, we're on final passage, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we that we final pass by use of the morning roll call.
By use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? When wish to be recorded as voting no. Tate, Hill, Chisholm, Parks, Whaley, McMahon, Branning, McClendon, Seymour. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Suber. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read.
Voting no or nay, Tate, Hill, Chisholm, Branning, McClendon, Parks, Whaley, McMahon, Seymour. Voting present, Suber.
Bill passed with the no votes as recorded. We'll move to number 80 and go to Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 104, Board of Supervisors of Hancock County, revised salary of attorney hired to prosecute cases for county.
Thank you. I'd like to be able to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Basically,
You got to make the usual motion first.
make the
Senator.
usual motion, sorry.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized now to explain the strike all, Senator Hill.
Okay, this was a bill specifically for Hancock County, which is Senator Moran's district. The Board of Supervisors want to give the prosecutor a raise for Hancock County. The language that they sent over here would have basically put the salary out of line with other prosecutors of similar counties. So I made an amendment in committee, and it was sent to Senator Hobson's committee as well, and he wanted to make an amendment. So I agreed for him to make the floor amendment for us to keep this thing going. So I think at this time, he would like to offer his amendment and tell you how we're going to set the compensation.
Senator Hobson, you recognize the amendments on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is attempting to kind of remove Hancock County. They're the only ones that are isolated in this provision. It sets it up a county of a similar size where the prosecuting attorney can be paid the same as the Board of Supervisors plus $1,000 per month for the purpose of defraying secretarial expenses. That's what the amendment does. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the strike call.
Thank you. So that's what this would do. It would give a raise to the Hancock County prosecutor based on the same language that's carved out for many other counties based on supervisor's pay. This was an appointed position. That's why we had to do the language and remove that language so that we could put it back in the same parallel with the elected prosecutors. So that's where that amendment came from, to strike that special language and put it back on par with the elected prosecutors. So if there are no questions, I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Okay. On the strike call, the motion is to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, senators made a motion to adopt the bill utilizing morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 81. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
House Bill number 341, motor carrier safety improvements, prohibit consideration of deployment of and determining an individual's employment status with motor carrier.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that you recognize the Chair Lady of Transportation to explain the bill.
Senator Brandon, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 341 is a companion bill to 2478 that we saw earlier in session. It passed the House unanimously, and the Senate bill, I think all but maybe one vote over here, so it had overwhelming support. But it deals with motor carrier safety equipment and employee classification, and it says that when motor carriers provide safety equipment to their independent contractors, that this by itself will not result in a misclassification to employee status under state law. It promotes safety and good business practices for the motor carrier industry. If there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Thank you. Senators requested passage, final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. You recognize Senator Wiggins.
Ask that 82 and 83 retain their place on the calendar.
82 and 83 retain their place on the calendar. We go to Chairman DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 84 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
House Bill number 1123, Early Learning Collaborative Act of 2013, revised funding and specified teaching standards.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the strike call.
Senator Wiggins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. You have the strike all in front of you, and the strike all, we inserted the Senate bill into this. If you recall, the Senate bill is the early learning collaboratives and codifying the additional benchmarks that keeps us top 5 in the country in early learning collaborative. The House bill had the funding side of this, what you may have referred to as the raise the rate. And so the strike all has placed the Senate bill into that, and be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Any questions? Seeing no questions, we're ready, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd move adoption of the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passage on morning roll call has been requested. Any objective procedure? If you wish to be recorded as voting no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call with the one negative vote. We'll now go 82 and 83, retain their place on the calendar. 84 just passed. We go to Chairman Branning.
I'd like to go to number 85 on today's calendar, House Bill 424. Call that up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 424, Memorial Highway designated segment of Mississippi Highway 44 in Marion County as the T.L. Wallace Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has several different counties with Memorial Highway language in it, and I'll go over that in just a moment. But first, there's an amendment on the desk that removes. So we realized that there was some duplicative language between a Senate bill and a House bill that both addressed Greene County, and I've gone over that with Chairman DeBar, and he's very comfortable. In fact, they passed that bill out of the House yesterday. So this amendment just removes some language that was duplicative between this bill and a Senate bill. And if there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're back.
On the bill itself, it deals with 3 counties, Marion County, the Memorial Highway will be called the T.L. Wallace Memorial Highway, then Hancock County, Lieutenant Michael Boutte, and Jackson County, U.S. Marshal Josie Wells. Those are the 3 memorial highways in the bill. If there are no questions, move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator, move for final passage on use of the morning roll call. Senator Moran, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, madam?
I do, yes.
Please proceed.
On the portion there in Hancock County, what section of the highway was that?
Okay, just one moment. Highway 603 in Hancock County, beginning at the intersection of Highway 43 and extending north to its intersection with Rocky Hill Dudeau Road, is designated as known as Lieutenant Michael Deputy Anthony Boutte Highway. That was provided with a resolution from the local authorities. I'm happy to give all of that to you if you'd like to see it.
That's a House bill?
It is a House bill. It is a House bill.
Mm-hmm. Tell me again, that's from 43 to where?
603, Highway 603 in Hancock. It begins at the intersection of Highway 43 and it goes north to the Rocky Hill Road. I'm told that's about a mile, but now I don't have a map. We can get that for
It's
you.
more than a mile, it's about 3 miles.
Okay.
And the problem that I have is that it being that long of a stretch of a highway. I mean, at some point, the highway's only so long, we're going to run out of room on that.
Senator, I would consider a reverse repealer on this a friendly amendment if you'd like to offer that, and that would give us more time. I'm glad to work with you.
Absolutely.
Certainly glad to do that.
Absolutely, I'd like to do that.
If you'd like to prepare that, I would support you on that.
Yes. Mr. President?
We're ready, Senator Moran, for your amendment.
Yes, I'd like to offer this amendment, and and the chair is in agreement, place a reverse repeal to have a little bit more time to work on this bill, please.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move for the adoption of the amendment by morning roll call.
No, just be adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Branning, you're recognized on the bill as amended.
Thank you. I
Senator
move final
Norwood.
passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question.
Are you here for a question, madam?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Brandon, did I hear you say Joseph Wells?
That's right. Yes.
What area was that?
So in the bill in section 3, it says the segment of Mississippi Highway 63 in Jackson County beginning at a point 1/2 mile south of the intersection with Polktown Road and extending north to a point 1/2 mile north of its intersection with Polktown Road. And that's named after Deputy U.S. Marshal Josie Lamar Wells.
And that's in Jackson County?
That's in Jackson County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, the Senator has made motion. You want to make your motion, Senator?
Final passage on morning roll call.
Final passage by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Branning, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to item 86 on today's calendar. Call that up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 872, Memorial Highway designated segment of United States Highway 61 in Jefferson County is a Highway Patrol Lieutenant Troy Morris Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
House Bill 72 is an act to designate a segment of Highway 61 in Jefferson County as the Highway Patrol Lieutenant Troy Morris Memorial Highway. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senator has moved for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. No. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Branning, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to number 87 on today's calendar. Call that up. Have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 887, Memorial Highway designated segment of United States Highway 82 in Webster County as Corporal William Justin Cooper Memorial Highway.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike call, Senator.
This is a Memorial Highway bill for Highway 82 located in Webster County after Corporal William Justin Cooper Memorial Highway. I understand this individual died in Operation Enduring Freedom, serving his country. This is a strike all. In committee, we did add a reverse repealer because we were concerned about the length of the highway. We just want more time to be sure that we get that right. So if there are no questions, my motion is that we do adopt the strike all.
Motion to adopt the strike call. Any questions? Motion been made to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're ready for the motion.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator's requested final passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to number 88 on today's calendar. Call that up. Have the title read, please.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 995, Memorial Highway designated segment in Marshall County, Mississippi as a representative of Tommy Woods Memorial Highway.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
House Bill number 995 is an act to designate a segment of Interstate 269 in Marshall County as the representative Tommy Woods Memorial Highway. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, Senators requested final passage on use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Bishop records voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Bragg, recognized.
I'd like to go to number 89 on today's calendar. Call that up, have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 576, Local System Bridge Replacement and Rehabilitation Fund Revised Allocation Formula.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I ask that Senator Delano be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, will you recognize to explain the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President. House Bill 576 is a bill that amends the formula for allocation of funds under the LSBP program, and it updates definition of deficient bridges to conform or to comport with Federal Highway Administration definitions, moves away from the sufficiency rating and moves to a condition rating system. The LSBP program was established in 1994. The purpose of it was to assist counties and municipalities with repair and replacement of over 5,000 aging bridges on our local road systems. To date, nearly $470 million have been spent through the LSBP program to replace over 2,000 bridges. Currently, bridges are rated using a system called a sufficiency rating. This rating is calculated from 19 different components that are collected in an inspection report, and the score reflects structural adequacy, serviceability, and essential necessity for public use. For many years, there were so many bridges that needed repairs across the state or replacements. This formula served as a function to just get money deployed to our local communities. However, as the number of deficiency bridges have decreased across the state, it's become evident that the jurisdictions that aggressively worked on replacing LSBP eligible bridges would receive less funds through the formula, and conversely, those jurisdictions who did not aggressively work on repairing bridges would receive a larger allocation of LSBP funds. It's become evident that the funding formula needs to be adjusted to provide a more fair allocation of funds across the state. Now, I'm going to try to explain a rather complex funding formula. Currently, the LSBP formula allocates half of the funding based on the county's prorated share of number of deficient bridges in the state. And another half is based on, another half of the funding is based on the prorated share of local system road miles in that county. So we use the total number of deficiency bridges and we use the total number of miles in that county to determine funding for LSBP. The changes in the formula proposed in 576 attempt to fix the flaw of the current statute concerning the definition of a deficient bridge. It installs a new condition rating system that puts more emphasis on the three major components of any bridge: the substrate, the superstructure, and the bridge deck. These three items, along with the load rating, are used to determine the structural adequacy and safety of a bridge. The revised formula will provide one half of funding that will be based off the county's prorated share of the total number of local system bridges in the state, and then one half of it will be based on the total square footage of road deck across the state. State aid engineers have to approve all projects and use of money for any bridge. Expenditure of LSBP money still must be on deficient bridges as defined in this bill. When all deficient bridges are replaced or repaired within a county, they may use these funds for projects prescribed by the Office of State Aid Road Construction for this, and solely for the preservation, maintenance, and rehabilitation of local system bridges. Just for a number, if you want to know well, what kind of changes we're going to see as far as eligible bridges, right now there are 696 total number of LSBP deficient bridges in the state. If we go to this new formula, that will make over 1,128 bridges that will be eligible for the use of these LSBP funds. It's important to know that the pie is not getting any bigger, but we're increasing the number of bridges that are eligible for the LSBP funding based on the new definition that is established by the Federal Highway Administration. That is a rather lengthy explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions? Questions?
If there are no questions, I'll move for use of the morning roll call for final adoption.
Senator Williams, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the formula is changed and we have these extra 500 bridges, will the funding be available for them?
Yeah, the funding doesn't change. So the funding is all going to be the same. The distribution of funds through each county will still go out using that new formula. There's going to be more bridges that will be eligible for use of these LSBP monies.
Do we know how many dollars those additional bridges will be?
No, because remember, the bridges are rated every single, I think it's 12 months or maybe 24 months, depending upon the age and the condition of the bridge. So what this is trying to do is it's trying to help provide a better way for the rating system to, well, let me back up and say that only bridges that are deficient can use this LSBP money. We have more bridges at our local systems that are going to be eligible for those funds right now, and the counties will be able, or the cities will be able to use those funds as they see necessary to fix their deficient bridges as they see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hill. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Just a question,
Will
please.
you yield for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
This might be a silly question, but for those counties that don't or no longer have deficient bridges, is this going to cut them out of LSBP?
No, actually it provides them, and that's one of the discrepancies. We have a lot of counties we have a number of counties that have been very aggressive on repairing their bridges. They will receive more money under this new formula to go in and address the maintenance issues and the suitability and preservation of those bridges.
But they could not use it on any new construction?
Correct. This is only for the repairs.
Can they now, prior to this legislation? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Motion to be passage using the morning roll call.
Senators, ask for passage utilization of the morning roll calls. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We'll go to item 90. Chairman DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to pass items 90 and 91 and go to item 92 and have the title read.
Number 92, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1301, Career and Technical Education Revised Curriculum, Instructor License Requirements, and Certain Assessments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the strike call.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The strike call for House Bill 1301 just provides that statewide testing shall include an optional career readiness assessment that would be similar to the ACT work keys that could be administered to students in the 9th, 10th, or 11th grade. This will not replace the 11th grade ACT that we currently offer, and it is strictly optional, so it's up to the student on whether or not that they would want to take that test. Average cost of that test is $40. If every child in the state, currently around 31,245 students, were to take it, it would be at a cost of $1.249 million. Obviously, it's unlikely that all of those would choose to take the test, but this did go through appropriations, and it would be subject to appropriations by the chairman. And that's an explanation of the strike call. I have an amendment to the strike all to add a reverse repealer.
Okay,
There's
the
no
amendment, it's
questions?
appropriate to take the amendment now. One moment, please. Is it up on the screen? It's up on the screen, Senator. We're ready. We're on the amendment.
Yes, this is simply a reverse repealer to put in to the strike all.
Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're back on strike call.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Adoption of the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. Ayes have it. Strike all. We're on the bill.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Passed by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
Approximately 20 minutes, subject to call of the chair. Stand in recess. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Chairman Bryan.
Excuse me, I would go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read Title 93.
House Bill number 95, Nursing Home Administrators Delete Repeal on Licensure Requirements for an Authorized Board to Conduct Background Checks.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee amendment, and then I believe there's an amendment to the committee amendment that's pending.
So we have a substitute strike all? Okay. First, we'll ask that you're recognized to explain the substitute strike
So I
all.
have a substitute for the committee amendment.
That's it.
Okay. Well, I move adoption of the substitute. This is what the bill does. It keeps the nursing home administrators in business. It extends their repealer. There is a provision for them to get background checks, which they need to do. The substitute would allow them to charge the members for the cost of the background checks. The current fees for 2 years are $500. This would allow them to increase their fees to $600. The fees have not been changed in about 5 years, and this being the repealer, all things being equal, it won't come back up for consideration again for another 4 years. And, you know, you think about it, there are really not that many nursing home administrators, so they tell me that they're getting really tight on money, and I can see how that is. That's what the substitute does. If there are questions, I'll answer them. If not, I ask passage of the substitute.
Okay, questions on the strike all substitute? Questions? Seeing none, Senator has asked for passage. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? McDaniel? No. McDaniel? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Pardon me. Sojourner? No. Anyone else? Turner? Ford? No. Anyone else? Blackwell? No. Blackman? No. Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call with amendments voting no as noted. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I think for technical reasons, I should pass item 94 and let it go to the heel of the calendar.
94 retains its place on the calendar. Next to you, Senator.
I go to item 95 and I ask that the title be read.
Number 95, Mr. Clerk, please read title.
State Department of Health, State Board of Health, extend repeal on.
State Board of Health, you're recognized, Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of the committee amendment. And I believe there's a substitute for the committee amendment, and I would move adoption of the substitute.
You're recognized to explain the substitute, and we have a question as soon as you get through.
The substitute is a strike all. The authors are me and Senator Blackwell. I have good news for you. The content of this bill is about 80 or 90% Senator Blackwell, only about 10 or 15% me. And secondly, although it's very lengthy, most of it is existing law and the changes are very small. The first thing the bill does is simply extend the State Department of Health as is. The second thing it does is deal with the very narrow issue of acute beds for child and adolescent psychiatric patients. These are children, minors, who have severe psychiatric problems, and they need from time to time to go to a hospital for acute care. In the nature of things, the people we're talking about are people who live in the community. This is not a group of people who are in a psychiatric institution. They're people who, from time to time, have a situation where they need to go to this facility. A long, long time ago, in a legislature far, far away, there was an attempt to hold down cost of Medicaid. And because these beds are expensive for Medicaid, the thought was that by not allowing any additional beds to be compensated through the Medicaid program, that would hold down cost. As time, and at the time they did this, it made sense. But time has passed, things have changed, and effectively what now is happening is there are children who need treatment who are going out of state. And so whatever the purpose was of this originally, it's no longer a sensible thing to do. And Senator Blackwell is the one that brought this to our attention. Senator Blackwell has another bill which will make all of these beds eligible for Medicaid. That's what this bill does too.
Okay, Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't know what bill we were on previously, but this is the amendment that was up on the screen when we voted on the previous bill. And I thought we were on 93, but it was saying it was an amendment to House Bill 160, and 93 was 95. And so I don't know what amendment that he was previously talking about. And that's why I was standing up. I wasn't standing up for a question on this right here.
Okay. Now, I believe they put the amendment up quicker while we were voting on 95, quicker to go forward to 96. But the amendment that we voted on previous to this on 95, which is House Bill number 95, that was the amendment we adopted already in an earlier vote by the Senate. We then moved to the heel of calendar 94, and if he had put up the amendment on 160 before we got there, we apologize for doing that.
Okay, so was there an amendment to 95?
Yes.
Okay, but so we never saw the amendment to 95 because it was never placed on the screen.
Just one second. It was a strike call, I believe, Senator. One moment, we'll check.
We can bring her a copy.
93.
We can bring her a copy.
He had the wrong amendment on the screen when we take up this.
That's correct. So we had the wrong amendment of it. She's right about that.
But it was adopted.
And see, I was voting against something that I didn't know what I was voting against because this is what.
We were taking up 93, but they put up the strike all to 95.
That was after you wrote the final passage. They'd already adopted the amendment. The strike all was already adopted, and then whenever they were doing the final passage, he stuck this up because it was the next bill.
Okay, so there was just a strike off for 95. Okay. Because, I mean, Angela voted against it, and so I voted against it because this didn't make sense.
still item 90. We passed 93, and this is 95. We passed this one, then we skipped 94, and this is 95.
We passed on it was not this the first one that came up?
Yeah, it was the
So
first one.
what was he up there talking about? And then he moved for something to be passed.
Oh, it's this one, and then we skipped this one, then we go.
But you say, okay, this has passed.
Then we skipped that. We put that bill on the calendar, and then he's on this one now.
Okay, and this one, nothing, he did not offer an amendment. He just offered the strike
The
off.
strike off. No, there wasn't. He offered a substitute to the strike.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, and I never saw the substitute because they had this up.
I got you.
Yeah.
And he's always complaining. He's always complaining. Everybody takes it.
Right.
He doesn't,
Exactly. It was a substitute to the strike off.
Yeah, substitute to the strike off.
Okay, and so I'm not stupid.
No.
And so I don't know what the substitute to the strike off.
All I know is that the nursing home administrators kept on and they kept tweaking.
You ready? Thank you, Senator Black. Senator Blackman,
Okay.
you're correct in that the bill was not properly, the amendment was not properly shown to you. If you will let us complete this work here with Senator Brown on the bill we are, then we would ask if you want to consider a motion to reconsider. We'll bring it back up at the time we'll consider the motion to reconsider back on 93. So we'll complete the work on this bill, and we have given you a copy of the amendment, at which time we complete this. If you'd like to make a motion to reconsider on 93, the chair will entertain that motion. So your question was properly taken. Senator Bryan will complete this bill, and we'll let Senator Blackman have time to discuss that.
I would just say, I don't know what is or isn't on the screen, and I don't understand screens and computers at all, but at any rate, I think as the chair said, in order to make sure everybody has an opportunity to know where we are, if you want to, we can reconsider House Bill 95 immediately after we get through with this bill. That'll get us back, get that back before the Senate. But on the bill that we're now on, we're on a substitute amendment, which is a strike-all, to House Bill 160. It's a substitute for the committee amendment. And the other provision about the bill is this. Right now, the state health plan shows a need for about 20 additional beds. There is an area of the state which just has no beds. It's about, if you drew a line from Greenville to Iuka, about 200 miles wide, there are no beds. The only beds north of Interstate 20 are in Louisville and in Olive Branch. So you've got the middle of the Delta, and you've got all of northeast Mississippi without any beds. This amendment says that when the State Department of Health issues additional certificates of need, assuming someone applies for them, that they shall take into account the geographic location of the beds, and that they will not approve any location that's within 65 miles of existing beds. It doesn't tell them who to issue them to, but it does send them to the area of the state where they're not in. There's also a provision that when they get the new census data, they can immediately revise this section of the state health plan, assuming there's some additional population that may free up some more beds. But this is the big picture. The children who are in this condition, when they have to go to the hospital, need to go to a hospital close to where they are. And there needs to be a coordination between the hospital and the mental health services that are available in the community. So there's a provision in the bill that says this year, every single licensee, every single acute care child psychiatric facility has to file a plan, not in technical language and not all of that, of how they're coordinating with people in the community. Because you have a lawsuit going on we're trying to do all this, but the key to providing the services that these children need is to have a continuum of care, to have facilities available in the community, and to have a seamless handoff or interconnection or whatever you want to say from when the children need to go to the hospital and then go back to their long-term living condition. The bill is effective from and after passage. I believe there's some reasonable chance that the House will concur in this, and if they do, that will get this little piece of the CON issue resolved. There are other bills. Senator Blackman has bills out of Medicaid. Senator Wiggins has bills out of Judiciary. This doesn't affect those. It just solves this one little piece of the puzzle. That's what the substitute does. If there are questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If there are not any, I move adoption of the substitute.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I can get an answer. I know there are 11 members of the board, I believe. And in the Delta area, we have multiple problems because we have persons with mental health problems, and they have to be acting erratic and have to go to hell over for service. There's no place because our nursing health departments are not fully functioning as they once were. So we don't have anybody, any place to maintain a person who have mental health problems at the hospital as we did in the past. So out of 11 members, I noticed 4 of them, one come from each congressional district. I want to know, how do we get these people some help when there's no health service in the Delta area, and specifically LeFlore County? I guess my question is, will we ever go back to full capacity where we can maintain those who need psychiatric treatment until they can go to the major hospital, Whitfield, or wherever they need to go to get the service that they need, rather than letting them out and they're walking the streets and they're getting in all kind of trouble?
Well, if you're talking about the general situation with,
yes, sir,
with mental health treatment across the state, I can tell you that the legislature is and has been moving in a direction of having better care available in the various communities around the state so that people can get treatment where they need it and get treatment quickly. That's the heart of the reason that we have a mental health coordinator, is to try to bring together all the various pieces and see if we can't do a better job of actually, in fact, providing services on the ground in every county in the state.
Yes, and a follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up, we have had a major mental problem in the Mississippi Delta, as you've indicated. And the other week, we had a person ran out of the hospital, and we haven't found it. Parents don't know where he is, and he stripped out of his clothes and ran out of the hospital. So it's a mental case, psychiatric case, and we don't know where he jumped in the river. We don't know what happened to him. Haven't heard anything from him in the last 21 days, last 3 weeks. So these are the kind of problems that we have with people that possibly taking illegal drugs or whatever the case may be. But these problems are mountain high, and we have no place to send them, and nothing is done about it. So that's disturbing in the Delta area, certainly in the area where I live. So I don't know, well, I'm making much sense, but I'm hopeful that out of these 11 members in the board, that we can get some function as we once had years in the past, where people could get services who needed it. They can't get the service now. That's the problem I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Sheriff.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Just a couple of questions.
Will you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please
Thank
proceed.
you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman. The first question would be, do we know how many of these beds, whenever we just waive the moratorium so it could be an unlimited number of the beds for adolescents, do we know how many we're sending out of state now? And basically Medicaid's still paying for those that are going out of state, correct?
That's correct. And all I can tell you is we've talked to the people at Medicaid, and they agreed that this was the thing to do. And they said that they thought it would have no impact on the Medicaid budget because Medicaid is already paying for the services. They're just being delivered out of state.
And in some cases, they're paying for travel and lodging in some of these instances too, I believe. When some of these children are being treated out of state, I know sometimes they pay for their transportation. At least that's what I've been told by some of the patients. So that could save on transportation costs maybe. I don't know if you can speak to that. But the other question that I would have is, would a child who's covered by insurance be able to occupy one of these beds?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Senator McDaniel?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I just noticed the notation of a 3PS requirement. Are there any fee increases or tax increases in the bill? Just curious.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move adoption of the substitute.
Move adoption of the substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. No. Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call is granted and the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Polk.
Well, Mr. President,
Yes.
at this time, I'm willing to enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 95.
I was just going to mention that.
I think Senator Blackman would like for me to do that. If I'm recognized, I would enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 95 and move that we do reconsider.
Senator Blackman, I think that was, he was speaking as to your motion. Do you desire to make that motion, or you would prefer for Senator Bryan to make it?
Senator Bryan has made it, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 93.
We're back on House Bill 95. When it was brought up, I explained the substitute amendment. My understanding is there was a complaint about the substitute amendment not being on the screen. Have we now got the right amendment on the screen, and have members been able to get access to the amendment? Yes, sir. Or if there are any...
Yes, sir, it is.
If there are any questions about the amendment or the details, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any questions on the amendment? On the amended bill? Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Mr. Blackman, I've been working for him today. Mr. President.
Don't put that on the screen.
They're both very tall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Okay, now in the strike all, the Board of Health was not charging for this criminal background check.
The
The nursing home, I'm sorry, administrator.
The current law does not have a provision for background checks on nursing home administrators. The change in the law specifically allows that. The House bill said they could not charge the nursing home administrators for the cost. The nursing home board says, we can't afford to do this. We don't have any money to pay for the background checks out of our own money. In fact, we need to raise our current fee from $250 a year to $300 a year just to keep the doors open. So what this bill does is it says they can do the background checks and they can pass the cost of the background check on to the members of the nursing home administrators themselves.
And then it also increases their license, when they renew their licenses, we are increasing what they have to pay for that.
That's right. Right now, it's
Okay.
500 for every 2 years. This would be 600 for every 2 years. And they tell me it's been 5 years since they changed it.
Thank you, Senator Bryan.
If there are no further questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
It's request use of the morning roll call and objective procedure. Are we done to, we good on that? Seeing none, anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, it passed. Okay, Senator Polk, we're on 96. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 96. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1231, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to consider the committee strike all in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
If you would you recognize Senator Whaley to the explanation?
Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we have before us today is House Bill 1231, which would be called the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. It has an annual cap of $20 million, and the money would be put into the trust fund of the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. It would be in Section 2. It would state that the monies could be used for improvement of the state park and outdoor features and trails, providing funds to counties and municipalities to acquire and improve parks and trails, restore and enhance projects to create or improve access to public waters, restoration or enhancement of wetlands, native forests, grasslands, or other unique habitats in the state of Mississippi, acquiring critical areas for the provision and protection of clean water, wildlife hunting or fishing, or around military installation buffering for natural resource-based outdoor recreation. Real property may only be acquired when such property is leased as a WMA, adjoins in close proximity of a WMA or a state park, or is identified in any wildlife action plan. The monies would be expended for projects within 2 years after the receipt in order to be eligible for future projects. If the monies do not spend within the 2 years, they would simply go back into the fund. The board will accept applications and will present them to the legislature. The board would be comprised of several ex officio non-voting members, the state forester, the director of soil and water conservation, the director of the DMR, director of MDWFP, the commissioner of ag, and then finally 4 members appointed by the governor and 3 members appointed by the lieutenant governor. And that's one of the key changes in the bill as well. The bill also has a reverse repealer. This is also the bill that has garnered much attention. You've heard a lot about this bill. This was actually the one that was triple referred and worked its way through the process to this point. So with that being said, I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Questions?
Will you yield for questions, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you worked hard on this bill, so this is a strike all, right?
Yes, sir. This is a strike all that Senator Polk, Senator Hobson, and myself, along with Lieutenant Governor, we all worked very hard on this bill to get it to where it is now.
And so is it putting in our bill that we had?
I'm sorry?
Is it putting in our bill that we had?
Well, we didn't have a bill that came through the Senate side. This came to us through the House, and there was many changes that we thought needed to come. That was part of the reason for the triple referral. That's garnered a lot of attention as well, but.
And were you the one that worked the committees that day to get that bill through? Because I don't recall a triple refer bill making it through.
I was the lucky one that got to run it through 3 committees in one day.
Also, in the original bill, My understanding is there was a diversion of funds, is that right?
You know, in the original bill, there was a diversion of funds, and that was a problem for us because it would divert the funds to a board that was created, and the board was another problem, the way that the board was set up, but you simply had a diversion that the legislature had no control over. You just had to divert it from the general funds, and this board got to do as they pleased, so that was a problem for us as we worked through the bill.
So like you said, it would have taken the money out of the general fund, correct?
It would take 20 million from the general fund.
20 million out of the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Which also means that's 20 million less dollars to go towards teacher pay raises and things like that?
Teacher
Would you
pay
agree?
raise, education, state parks, Medicaid, many different things that it could have come from, but yes, sir, we did not like that, so we took that part out as well.
Well, I don't want to leave that point yet because, we're putting on the House bill, a conservation fund over teachers, troopers, things like that, if the bill had been like the House had sent it to us.
Well, if it had stayed in that state, I think you could make that argument. However, the argument that we're making with this now as it stands currently is we realize that conservation is a huge issue in the state of Mississippi, which goes a lot further than just hunting or fishing. Lots of things that come with conservation, and this would go to cities, municipalities as well. They would be eligible for this. Public projects, that's one of the key points that I'd like to hit on this, is public projects.
Was there something other than public projects in the first bit, in the bill that came from the House?
Yes, sir. There was an avenue to where funds could be expended upon on private projects. So that was an issue for us as well. We knew that within the state, we had plenty of opportunities to put this money into public projects. We had plenty of areas that we knew needed help. And you've heard all through the process on this. And, you know, the private projects is one of the facts that the House liked to just talk on the most. And then at the end, they would say, oh yeah, and a state park. Well, I'd like to talk about a state park, and let's work on getting our public fixtures into a decent shape. And then maybe one day you could look at doing something else. But right now, I think that the eye of the prize is to get our public projects into a good state.
And with this strike all, y'all fixed those issues?
This strike all addresses many, many issues. We spent very many days working on this. Not going to say that it's a perfect bill. I'm sure any bill could be better, and that's one reason why we offered a reverse repealer to this. That way it could go through the process, and we could look at it some more and try to come up and see if we can make it better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Thank you, Senator Whaley. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion on the strike all.
Move for final passage.
It'd be just passed to the strike all. All those in
Move to
favor
adopt
say,
strike
yeah,
all.
that's correct. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready on the final bill, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Pass the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously by use of the morning roll call. Chairman Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 97, House Bill 1008. Ask for the title to be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
08, Medicaid, make technical amendments to services, managed care, and assessment provisions.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We need to make the usual motion, Senator.
I'm sorry, make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready for explanation on the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all that we did, we basically took the House language and substituted the Senate language. We've already voted on this. Nothing changed from the Senate version. This bill will be going to conference, and this is just another step in the process. Be happy to answer any questions on the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for final passage on the use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Any objection to the procedure? We should record a voting no. Present. Present. No, McDaniel. No, Sojourner. Present, Hill. Anyone else? Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning call with four exceptions noted, Mr. Clerk. All right, we go to Chairman Simmons. Derek Simmons, you're up. Senator Simmons. Pass on 98, you pass on 99 as well. Pass on both 98 and 99. 100, Chairman Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 100, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 359, municipally owned utilities may use accounting system accommodation for uncollectible customer indebtedness.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move that we consider the committee strike all in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee strike call, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe if you would, Senator Blunt has some amendments that he'd like to present first.
Okay, Senator Blunt, you're recognized for amendment. 1 second, please. It's on the screen, Senator. You're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we adopt the strike all, I'd like to move adoption of amendment number 1 to the strike all. And then if I could, after we adopt the amendment, I'll be happy to answer questions on the strike all as amended. The amendment to the strike all deletes language that could have opened up this bill to non-municipal utilities. It's our intention that this bill applies only to municipally operated utilities. Senator Branning and Senator Hill both had questions about that. And after reading it, I think that their reading of the strike all was correct. So we'll be deleting that from the strike all. And we're also changing the low income language that was adopted in the strike all. And I'll go into that in more detail after we adopt the amendment. So if I may, Mr. President, I'd like to move passage of amendment number 1 to the strike all.
Questions? Senator Hobson, you're recognized for what purpose?
Questions,
Are
President.
you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. I'm trying to understand, I heard your explanation, but as it relates to this customer's ability to pay, what are we talking about?
Well, you know, I'm having to do this a little bit upside down because I need to adopt the amendment to the strike all before we get to the strike all. But I'll go ahead and tell you what the strike all included was language that limited the payment plan option to customers with an income equal to or less than 200%. The amendment to the strike all removes that language and would make the option of the payment plans, which I'll discuss in a minute, available to anybody, regardless of income or whether you're a private business.
Is there anything in this bill that would waive, that would require the cities or municipal utilities to waive the collection of an account or an amount owed by the customer?
No, there is not, and that is in the strike all, and I'll go into that in more detail. It's not affected by this amendment.
Okay. I may ask a question on that when we get to that point, but thank you.
That'd be fine.
Okay, any other questions on the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Move to adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is on the strike all as amended. Let me tell you what we do here. The issue, as you know, in Jackson with our water system is severe. But this bill was a bill that was filed and passed by the Senate in a similar but not identical fashion last year. It predates the recent ice storm and the loss of service for large parts of the city of Jackson and the city of Byram that I represent that gets its water from the city of Jackson. The bill last year was vetoed by the governor, and we have made changes we feel to address his concern. One of those concerns was just addressed in the amendment we just adopted, which is to say the relief that would be allowed under this bill would be available to anybody regardless of income. The two issues that we're dealing with are, and this is the reason that we were dealing with this bill last year before the ice storm is, for a number of years, the City of Jackson had problems with its water billing collections. That was contracted out to a private company, and for whatever reason, and I don't know, and I'm not blaming anybody, but it didn't work. And a lot of people got inaccurate bills or no bills at all for months, in some cases more than a year. And the City of Jackson was having to subsidize the water fund, which is an enterprise fund, which is supposed to be kept separate and apart from the city's general fund budget, to deal with the shortfall in people either not paying, not trusting, not believing, not getting a water bill. That was the origin of the bill last year. Again, it had nothing to do with the recent problems that we've had in the last month. So what this strike-all amendment would do is, first, now that we've adopted the amendment, this bill only affects municipalities. It only affects municipal-owned utilities. That was one concern that the governor had last year. He said this is just for one city, doesn't need to be for one city. So the strike-all deals with any municipally operated utilities. It does not deal with any other utilities. Secondly, the bill that comes to us from the House dealt with limited participation in this program. We've removed that. We've said that if you have if you have a water bill, you have a problem, you can work with the city to resolve it. There are two instances where you could take advantage of this bill. One, there's an error in your bill. It's either not correct, you don't believe it's correct. This deals with the fact that the city worked with Siemens and people were getting bills that were outrageous, the meters weren't working, and no one knew what the cost of the actual bill really was. So beginning on line 29 of the strike-all, if there's an error in your bill. Number two, if there is damage to the water system, an extreme weather-related event like we just saw, declared disaster or emergency, then you can take advantage of this bill. And this is why this bill is needed. No debt is forgiven under this bill. This is similar to the bill that we passed yesterday for the Department of Revenue that I think Senator Harkins handled that deals with doubtful claims. What do you do when you're in dispute about what somebody owes? And what do you do when people owe more than they can reasonably be expected to pay? That debt is not forgiven. That debt stays on the books. But the bill, or the strike-all rather, would allow the utility to set up an installment payment to enter into a settlement with, just like we did with the Department of Revenue yesterday, but in this case it'd be with the water system, to say, look, we don't know what your bill is, but we're going to agree to a payment plan, and we're going to put you on that payment plan, and you're going to pay down a little bit of what's owed that we agree to, and if there is any extra amount, that money is not forgiven, it is not donation, and I'm going to speak to that in a minute with a question on the rules. It is simply put as uncollectible. Why is that important? It's important because if you can, and this is what the accountants tell me, if you can put the money that is owed in an uncollectible category instead of an accounts receivable category, the debt does not go away, but it's looked at differently for the purposes of borrowing money and for your bond rating. And the city is interested in borrowing money to repair the damage to the pipes that are all across this city, and we think it will enable the city to borrow money more easily and at a better rate. So the provisions that I just discussed would be in place for 3 years. This is in lines 54 through 63. The city, or any city that chooses to avail themselves of this, will report twice a year to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, and the Mississippi Public Utilities staff on how this is working, trying to get the books in order so that the city can borrow money to make the repairs that are needed to the water system. Again, there is, and you can see specifically on line 49, adjustments under this section do not result in forgiveness of uncollectible debts. This will be in place for 3 years. And at that point, we can decide whether or not we want to extend it. There's also in the strike-all amendment, and it stays in the strike-all amendment, a reverse repealer to ensure that this bill goes to conference. I'll be happy to answer any questions on the strike-all as amended.
Okay, question. Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Will you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Chairman Blunt, I think I understand what we're trying to do, and you've covered the fact that this is not a debt forgiveness or writing off of monies.
That's correct.
Okay. Municipalities also have this problem with fines that are due them in criminal courts. And my understanding from the state auditor is that they cannot write those off. And even when someone is deceased, we're not sure if they can write those off, which causes a large accounts receivable, which is ultimately a false asset of the municipality, because if it's uncollectible, it's a false asset. And so is this going to help, or is it going to impair the ability for the city to borrow money if we're shifting funds that we cannot write off, but we're putting them in an uncollectible status?
The city tells me that by shifting the funds to uncollectible, either because you don't know what the water bill was. I mean, the water billing system was mismanaged, and there's no way to determine how much water you used during a period in time. So it's better off to just come to a settlement between the two parties based on what they think they can get that's reasonable, and shifting it to uncollectible rather than leaving it in the accounts receivable. They believe that will allow them to show a smaller amount in the accounts receivable category and more easily borrow money at a better rate.
Okay. Are they going to enter into promissory note agreements? Are they going to take liens on private property, or is this going to be a workout amongst the customer and the utility?
It would be in lines 24 through 28, where they would institute a program to settle accounts, and it's not any more specific than that.
Okay.
They adopt rules and procedures to implement.
Okay, and I appreciate it as a reverse repeater, but I would strongly encourage consultation with the state auditor's office based on my experience with the municipalities on what they can write off and not write off, because we don't want to do something that causes that problem. But the last question is, we understand there's a unique situation with the water system locally, that what you're saying is this is not I got behind on my bill, it's potentially I didn't use the amount of water that your system said went through.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Senator Sparks?
I said I'm assuming that when we're talking about this, we're not talking about I just got behind on my actual bill. This is potentially a dispute that I didn't get the amount of water that the meter said I received.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Is that the only criteria like a city would have to show to come into this program, that there was actually fault with their system, that it doesn't just become a financing my utilities?
Under the strike-all amendment, the only two categories where the city could enter into this arrangement would be there's an error on the part of the utility, or there are unforeseen circumstances such as damage, extreme weather-related event, declared disaster, or emergency. So one of those two things has to happen. Well, like my folks in South Jackson and Byram hadn't had any water for 4 weeks. So are they going to get a bill for last month when they didn't get any water? I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions?
If there are no questions, further questions, I'd move adoption of the strike-all as amended.
One moment. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, and you may have answered this, but I have just a couple of issues I want to clear up.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that no debt is forgiven here, and I think that's a good provision. However, I did notice that these compromise settlements can be reached, and
yes,
if the city's given great discretion on how to manage those compromises, then essentially that could alleviate a lot of this debt. So what's the procedure now for these compromise settlements? How does that work? Do you know?
Well, there aren't any. And so that's the reason we need the bill. I mean, if you get a bill for $10,000, you didn't get a water bill for 12 months and you get a water bill for $10,000, then, and both parties would admit that they don't know if this is what you actually owe or not. It was mismanaged. The only thing that they can do now is you owe $10,000. and it's going to be accounts receivable until all that money's paid off, even if you dispute it. So what we would do is allow them to go through this program for disputed accounts in these limited circumstances.
Gotcha. Is there a limit to how much can be compromised, or is it a lot of leeway, a lot of discretion? Are there any statutory limits as to how the compromise would work?
No, I mean, there are limits on when you can enter into this procedure under the strike all, but in terms of the amount, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I move adoption of the strike all as amended.
One further one, Senator, one moment. Senator McMahon.
I have a question.
You're here for a question, Senator.
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Blunt, are you aware that currently municipal government can erase people's water bill for them if you go before the board? Once a year, you can, like, let's say that you own let's say that a water pipe ruptures at your home and you're unaware of it. Let's say you've got a building out back or something and you run 10,000 gallons of water that month. You can petition the Board of Aldermen or City Council to forgive that debt. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
That answers Senator McDaniel's question that boards can already, they have full authority to forgive debt on a water bill.
So you would go before, I guess I'm asking you a question.
Sure, I'm happy to discuss
So you go before the Board of Aldermen in Guntown, for example?
Or City Council or Board of Aldermen.
Okay. I was not aware of that.
Yes, sir. We do that regularly. There's several aldermen in here that can confirm, former aldermen that can confirm that. And the issue, I didn't bring Jackson up, you brought up Jackson in your presentation. The issue with Jackson is if they've got customers that have been receiving free water for years and they have $25,000 worth of water they've received and no one's ever gone out there and challenged it or cut their water off. Would you agree? They've got $40 million on the books and that's the issue.
The issue is that there were two issues. One, it was mismanaged, and people didn't get.
Who mismanaged it?
I don't know if it was the city or the entity, the city contractor.
The elected officials mismanaged it, because the elected officials are ultimately responsible for municipal utilities. Well, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I also am sensitive to the fact that, you know, the municipal water systems and sewer systems are supposed to be solvent.
Yep.
And what has gone on, and it's not just in Jackson. You brought up Jackson. I'm not using Jackson, but I am going to use it for the example since you brought it up. What's gone on is that the elected officials have not performed their duty and restricted and cut people's waters off after years of receiving free utilities. Is that what the issue is?
I don't know how many people got free utilities, and I don't know how long it took. I do know that the private company the city contracted with, and the city officials are responsible for that from a previous administration, are responsible for that contract because they approved it. But the private company paid the city more than $80 million in a settlement agreement. But again, you're right. The city's ultimately responsible for the utilities that they run, and we're trying to get it fixed.
I'm sympathetic to the position they're in because, you know, elected officials are elected every 4 years in municipal government, but I mean, I'm also sensitive, you know, that this has been going on for years. This is not we're not wiping out any debt. You're creating the opportunity to put people on payment plans, right?
Put them on a payment plan, yes, that's correct. And move and recognize when debt is uncollectible, recognize it as uncollectible.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last point.
And recognize debt when it is uncollectible as uncollectible rather than accounts receivable.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on the strike all.
I move adoption of the strike all as amended.
Motion's been made to move the strike all as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. We're on the bill.
Mr. I would make a parliamentary inquiry that since the strike all amendment, which has now been adopted, removes any language concerning a donation that was in the bill as passed the House, that the bill now requires a majority vote and not a two-thirds vote.
I believe that's correct. One moment. You're correct, and I was correct. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I would move adoption of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Adoption of bill by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Blackwell? No. Fillingane? No. England? No. McMahon? No. Tate? No. Suber? No. Barrett? No. Clendon? No. Seymour? No. Chisholm? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Mr. Clerk, please read the no votes. On present, 1 second. Present Hobson. Sorry, present Hobson. Anyone else on present? Present Branning. Present Sparks. Present Harkins. Present McCon. Present Carter. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm sorry, President Delano. Anyone else? Moran, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Ms. Clerk, would you please get totals here?
Yeah, we do. We do. Yes, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only people voted no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
How many voted yes? 10 people voted no.
51, 18. 18 people voted no.
Okay,
So
so that
you've
makes
got-
23 to 8.
You can't call the vote.
I'm not going to call it, but I want to make sure they pass. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's 10 no's.
10 no's and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 present.
Okay, so that's 18 out of 50. Okay. All right, I'll ask you to read the no votes and the presents. Mr. Clerk, please read the no votes. I'm sorry, Senator DeBar. For what purpose?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
If, to announce a pair, if Senator Horn were here, he'd vote aye, and I'd vote no.
Pair, Mr. Clerk. DeBar, no. Horn, aye. Okay, now we're ready to read the noes, please, sir, and the presents.
Voting no or nay. Seymour, Chisholm, McClendon, Barrett, Suber, Tate, McMahon, England, Fillingane, and Blackwell. Voting present, Moran, Hobson, Branning, Sparks, Harkins, McCon, Carter, and Delano. Pair, DeBar, no. Horn, aye.
McClendon, you're recognized. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Yes, sir.
If Senator Frazier was here, he would vote yes. Can I pair with him?
Pair with Senator Frazier, yes. McClendon, no. Okay, Senator Michelle.
Just at the appropriate time, I have an introduction out of order, please, Mr. President.
One moment, please.
Votes
We're
counted.
we're counting the votes here. One second.
Thank you.
It didn't change it because it just canceled out. We lowered the max. So it passed.
The bill passes. Next, on the calendar to Chairman Carter. I'm sorry, Senator Michelle, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my fellow senators from both Madison and Hinds County, in the South Gallery, we have the Trail Life Adventurers Troop from Pear Orchard Church in Richland and also seventh grade youth legislature students from Jackson Prep. They're visiting our capital today to learn about the legislative process, and we sure thank y'all for visiting us. Senators, please join me in welcoming them today.
Thank you. Welcome to your capital one day soon. Maybe after today. Senator, okay, we're all good on all of that. We go to the calendar and Senator Carter. Senator Carter passes. We go back, and now we'll ask for senators who may want to revisit the calendar. We're through the first part. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that suspend the rules to go to item 1 and ask that we move to reconsider the vote by which item 1, House Bill 1290, passed on this morning's calendar.
Senators move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 1. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Would ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1290, Attorney General allows salaries of assistants to exceed statutory limitation under certain circumstances.
I also move that we reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed this morning.
Reconsider the vote by which the strike all passed. Any questions? Questions? Seeing none, the motion has been made. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We passed this bill this morning, and I found out something after the bill had passed that I wanted to clarify. I answered the questions about the number of special assistant attorneys general, and 9 was the number that I had been given. That is not correct. There could be additional numbers that could be given under this. That concerned me, and certainly I wanted to correct that because I didn't want that to be a mistake. Also, I talked with Senator Wiggins. He and I have co-authored an amendment to this bill that we'd like to bring before you now. Should be on the screen.
1 second, please.
Amendment to House Bill 1290. This does 3 things. First, it takes out the special assistant language, which would limit that number. Next, it provides that such assistant attorneys are litigation attorneys whose duties require them to appear regularly in court, so you're paying those that are actually going to court. And finally, it puts a reverse repealer in this bill. That's the amendment. I will yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
We move adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Now I move adoption of the amended strike all by use of the morning roll call.
Senators request the use of the amended strike call by use of the morning roll call. 1 second. Senator Hobson, did we adopt the amended strike call already? The amended strike call, was that adopted? Did you take a motion to adopt the amended strike call?
I move that we adopt the, I thought I did, amended strike call.
I did-
But
I
if
did
not,
too.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now
Now
I
we're ready.
move adoption, final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules and go to item number 83, call that up, ask the title be read.
Senators made a motion to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 83. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion.
And first of all,
Hold on, let me read the title. Just 1 second. We'll read the title on 83. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, would you please read the title?
House Bill number 1077, open account revised definition require account creditor to send demand to current address of account debtor through certain means.
Yeah, make the usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the
President.
usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Usual. Opposed, no. You have it, Senator. You're ready?
Thank you. And I will have an amendment coming before you that's a reverse repealer to insert a reverse repealer in this. This is a bill dealing with an open account. For those that don't know what an open account it is, it's what it says. And there's a lot of discussion slash dispute about how to collect on open accounts. It's used in different sales and things like that. There were some amendments and some discussion that needs to happen on this. That's why I want to put a reverse repealer in it and keep this bill moving forward. And with that, I'd be happy to, Mr. President, I'd like to go to amendment number 1 on this, or the only
Amendment number 1.
And this is the amendment, the reverse repealer.
Reverse repealer. Questions on the amendment? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move we adopt the amendment.
Motion to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that we adopt the bill. We pass the bill on the morning roll call.
Now we're down to pass the bill on the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules, Mr. President, to take up item number 54 on today's calendar.
Senators move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 54 on today's calendar. Yeah. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, one moment. Will you make a motion to read the title, please?
House Bill number 747, Work Release Program, authorize courts and sheriffs to assign certain convicted offenders to while confined in jail. Thank you, Mr. President. I move to reconsider the vote by which 747, House Bill 747 passed on yesterday's calendar.
Motion to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make an amendment, offer an amendment, Mr. President. I'm sorry that I didn't get it to council, but the amendment would that to keep this bill going, Mr. President, I would like to change the repeal date on this from June the 30th to June the 29th.
One moment, please.
Mr. President, while we wait on my amendment, I would, I think Senator McMahon had an amendment.
Amendment number 1.
They're waiting on you, Chad. I just asked him to take yours up.
Okay, Senator McMahon, one moment, please. Your amendment is on the screen, Senator. We're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, yesterday I wanted to offer an amendment on this bill while we were discussing it, but to be respectful to all of your time, I allowed the bill to go and then held it on motion to reconsider. This came to me late in session, so what I've got to offer you is a amendment. We're having a problem. Some Chancery judges brought it to my attention that we're having problems in this state with incarcerated inmates that are petitioning Chancery Court to change their names while they're incarcerated. And that may sound okay, but we've got some prisoners that are doing it once a year, petitioning the court, and have been successful in some cases changing their name. So this particular amendment would say that if you look on line 14, 14, this is where the amendment would be. That no person, while committed, sentenced, or otherwise placed under the custody of the Department of Corrections shall have standing before Chancery Court for the purposes of identity or name change, and no Chancery judge shall order or identify change for a person while committed, sentenced, or otherwise placed under the custody of the Department of Corrections. No Chancery clerk shall process requests for identity changes for any person committed, sentenced, or otherwise placed under the custody of Department of Corrections. Now, it does allow for 3 exceptions, and these exceptions are important. A district attorney may petition a Chancery judge on behalf of an incarcerated person for an identity change. The second exception would be a sheriff of a county in which a person is incarcerated may petition to have their name or identity changed. And then the third would be the requirements that you could change your name for religious purposes. So that would be the exemptions. So I would ask you to support the amendment. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Point of order.
Point of order. Please proceed, Senator.
This amendment is not germane.
One moment, please.
Mr. President, may I speak to it?
You may. We're also going to look at with the council here. Just 1 second, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Your point of order is well taken. It's not germane to the bill. We'll go back to Senator Blackman. You had an amendment.
Thank you. You said it was not germane?
Okay, Senator Blackman.
Senator Barnett.
I'm sorry, Senator Barnett, you're recognized for your amendment.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment that should be up on the monitor now. And what this is, it's just changing the date from July
I'm sorry, from the 30th to the 29th by amending line 121 in this bill so that we can get this to conference. That's all this amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on the amendment, Senator. Senator Blackman.
I ask that we adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
Motion to adopt the amendment. Senator Blackman. She's fine.
okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion that we adopt the strikeout as amended by today's roll call.
We have a motion to reconsider, Richard. This is on the motion to reconsider. Senators move for use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Motion to reconsider passes. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go to item 55 on the calendar.
Senator has requested to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 55 on the calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed. Oh, read the title.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1095, Department of Revenue authorized compromise and settle certain tax liabilities.
I'd like to make a motion, we reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
Motion has been made to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now we're back on the bill. I'd like to propose an amendment on the bill. There was a reverse repealer in the bill originally. We thought we had added it in committee, but we actually need to just change the date from the 30th to the 29th, so therefore it'll go to conference.
One moment, please.
That's all the amendment does. This is the bill that allows the Department of Revenue to settle certain tax liabilities. There was a reverse repealer in it. We just need to change the date from the 30th to the 29th, and that way it'll go to conference. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, motion's been made. Hold on. The amendment should be up on the screen. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Motion been made to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator Blackman.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but when Senator Barnett was up there, that 30 to 29 was what was on the screen. And so I didn't know what he was doing.
That's correct, though. The amendment was correct, I believe, Senator. One moment. It was correct, Senator. There's two different amendments. Excuse me. All right, we're on. Senator Harkins, we're with you.
I move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
Passage on morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. President, bill passes. Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess subject to call of the chair.
Motion to stand in recess, subject to call of the chair, hopefully very brief. All in favor, aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Call the Senate back into session. Senator Blackwell? I'm sorry. Senator Bryan. Apologize. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, it's my understanding we're now at the heel of the calendar, and if so, we have arrived again at House Bill number 119, and if I'm correct in that, I would ask that the title be read on House Bill 119.
You are correct. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 119, Harper's Grace Law, extend repeal or authority to research and dispense cannabinoid oil, CBD oil for medical purposes.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I believe my work here is done.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to fill in here. I have an amendment to the bill.
1 second, please. You got it up, Mr. Clerk? Okay, it's on the program. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is the exact language we had back in Senate Bill 2765. Nothing has changed in it. The House today had a few technical issues, so I believe they were going to be close in passing the bill, so we're going to give them a second bite of the apple. Again, nothing has changed. It has a reverse repealer in it, and no questions. Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Senator Butler. I'm sorry, he's absent. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Point of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Point of order is this amendment is not germane to the original bill.
We have looked at that. The point of order is not well taken. It discusses the cannabis, and this is on as well. Thank you very much. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman pass.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, now this is the bill that we passed, the medical marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this has all the fees in it?
Yes, ma'am. It has the same reduced fees, the ones that we voted for a couple of Tuesdays ago.
So this is a 3/5 vote, Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
One second, madam. Let me look. Just 1 second, please. Thank you, Senator Blackman. I was correct. I was correct in my response to you. All right, Senator Barrett. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
We yield for a question, Senator.
Yeah, I'll yield.
Senator Blackwell, the amendment that you're offering, I understand you answered that this is the same bill that we voted on last time. My question is, this bill will only go into effect if the Supreme Court struck down Initiative 65, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
This is basically an insurance policy
Yes,
for
sir.
the people.
Thank you.
Okay. To clarify, the amendment is a majority, but the bill itself, when passage, will be as Senator Blackman stated. All right, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion on the amendment, please.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Amendment will be all in favor, Senator.
I'm sorry, move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, the ayes have it. You're on the bill now, Senator.
Thank you. Move for adoption by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Senator Blackman. Mr. Clerk, Senator Blackman's requested a roll call. Please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson of the 11th. Jackson of the 32nd. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. He did. He did. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Witherspoon. Younger. England. Frazier. Horn. Jackson of the 32nd. McMahon. Whaley. Senator
England, Senator England, for what purpose?
I'd like to announce a pair, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator.
If Senator Horn were here, he would vote yea. I vote nay.
Yea, Horn, nay, England. Mr. Clerk. All right.
Voting yes or yea. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Bryan, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, Michelle, Moran, Parks, Pope, Spark, Super, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Branning, Butler, Chisholm, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Jordan, McDaniel, Norwood, Parker, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Thomas, Turner Ford, and Witherspoon.
Thank you. By a vote of 29 to 19, the bill passes. Senator Blackman, you're recognized. Blackwell, I'm sorry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned. Mr. President,
Senator Bryan.
I'd like to enter a motion on House Bill 849, House Bill 108, item 121 on yesterday's calendar, House Bill 108.
108, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 108, Wireless Communication Commission, remove ITS control over.
To the chairman, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. On yesterday's calendar, item number 134, House Bill 320, I'd like to hold that on a motion to reconsider.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 320, Perpetual Care Cemeteries authorize counties and cities to clean properties of those not properly maintained.
To the chairman, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 94 on today's calendar, House Bill 119, on a motion to reconsider.
119, please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 119, Harper's Grace Law, extend repeal on authority to research and dispense cannabidiol, CBD oil for medical purposes.
To the chairman, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an announcement.
Please proceed.
I would like to reschedule. I understand that we may be coming in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If that is indeed the case, I'd like to reschedule the Gaming Committee meeting for 15 minutes after recess or following the Appropriations Committee meeting in room 216 for us to consider one nomination.
216, Mr. Clerk, after or not? Senator McDaniel.
I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on yesterday's calendar, item number 109, that's HB 1048.
109, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1048, qualification deadline changed to February 1st for certain statewide, state district, county, and county district offices.
Thank you. To the chairman, thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Younger.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
At the Trade Mart this afternoon, or tonight rather, Mississippi Cattlemen's Association is cooking ribeye steak for the legislature. Please come.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Chasnall.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an announcement.
Please proceed.
You all had invitations placed on your desk for a cooking, as it's put, on Monday night. If you would, please let Shelby Britt know if you're able to attend. I'm going to the grocery store and I want to be sure I have plenty of food.
Thank you. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for an excused absence for today and tomorrow for Senator Horn, whose father is having surgery.
Thank you, Senator. Granted. Senator Hobson for an announcement on meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet tomorrow morning, or I should say 10 minutes after recess tomorrow in room 216.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. 216 tomorrow after recess. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Senator Blackwell, we're now ready.
thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.